Welcome back, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Alex Gruskin. So happy to be back steering the ship here on week number 3 of the action. Of course, if you've joined us the past 2 weeks, you know this SoCal Pro Circuit going exactly about its intention, providing those elite professional playing opportunities to the countless aspiring elite juniors, collegiate tennis players, players recently completing their college career. It's everything we love to see here at Cracked Racquets, and that's why we're so excited to be partnering with this SoCal Pro Circuit moving forward. Of course, we'll have coverage of all 6 weeks of action throughout the course of the circuit. Here today, it's semifinal Saturday on week 3, our final week of action taking place in San Diego. Of course, we're at the beautiful Barnes Tennis Center, one of the elite tennis facilities in the country, to host this week's 15K on the men's and women's side. Of course, here today, as we do every semifinal Saturday, we'll start out with our coverage of the men's and women's singles semifinals. We'll have the first session, the second session starting about 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, after that, we'll have doubles finals for all of you today. With that in mind, action already underway at the Barnes Tennis Center. So let's head over to women's semifinal number 1 first. It's going to be a matchup between a familiar face and someone new to our coverage here of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Of course, we start with the qualifier, McKenna Jones, on the near side of your screen. Jones, former standout All-American at the University of North Carolina, 4-time ITA All-American selection, as a matter of fact. So we see action actually underway here. Jones, the 2021 NCAA doubles national champion, also partnered last week with Kimmy Hance to win the doubles title at the University of San Diego. Now, for what it's worth, this is match number 1 of 2 we'll see McKenna Jones in today. Jones partnering with former North Carolina teammate Sarah Davatilla. The duo has reached our women's doubles final here, so back-to-back finals for McKenna Jones in doubles has led to success in singles here for the qualifier. See that ball sails long again. Jones, 24 years old, Greenville, South Carolina. Currently ranked 947 in the ITF singles rankings. Once into her first semifinal of the year here in singles. First semifinal since October 2015 as well. In the semifinals of a 10K in Hilton Head 7 years ago. Lost to eventual teammate Alexa Graham in those semifinals. But you see Jones off to a fast start here, 15:30. Again, for McKenna Jones this week. Comes through qualifying, has yet to drop a set. Wins over Sebastiani Leone, Elena Sherbanina. Of course, beat her doubles partner, Sarah Davatilla, 6-4, 6-3 in yesterday's quarterfinal action. Now takes on another teenage Australian. In week 1, it was Talia Gibson. Here in week 2, it's Catherine O'Leah. Early break point chances here for McKenna Jones, of course. Aaliyah, again, 18 years old. Rising senior, probably just finished her high school. Former top 150 junior in the world. Really just beginning to dip her toes into the pro circuit waters. first semifinal actually for Aaliyah today here in San Diego. Again, this Barnes Tennis Center going about providing the playing opportunities they promised when setting up this circuit of events. There's a strong start for McKenna Jones. Yes, double fault off the racket of Aaliyah. Again, first semifinal for the 18-year-old, but it's been 7 years since McKenna Jones competed in a single semifinal at the pro level. So certainly both these players looking for a couple of firsts as they try to work their way towards our women's singles final. With that in mind, here's women's semifinal number 1. Let's hop over now to our men's singles semifinal. Of course, here at Cracked Racquets, so fortunate to be able to hop between the two courts, provide coverage of all of the action happening at the Barnes Tennis Center. Here on court in our men's singles semifinal, a matchup with all sorts of implications. Of course, you've got two of the top juniors in the world, 18-year-old Ethan Quinn taking on future University of Georgia teammate, 17-year-old Alex Michelsen. Michelsen currently ranked number 43 in the ITF junior rankings, playing in just his third career pro circuit main draw. And in that third career main draw, already reaches his first semifinal. Speaks to the talent of the 17-year-old who will be joining the University of Georgia Bulldogs next year. Of course, Michelsen will be joining Ethan Quinn on campus. Quinn, the 18-year-old, redshirted this past season, got to spend some time hitting, being around that Georgia men's tennis program. Also used that time to develop his game, work on his physicality. Also took that opportunity to play both some junior and pro circuit matches. Both of these players' success on the junior circuit. Those events came to California back in March. ITF, grade 1, of course, a little Easter Bowl action as well. Michelsen, actually your champion, the 2022 Easter Bowl. Victories over a quarterfinalist here this week, Leonard Tien. Of other players we've seen a lot of, and Nishesh Basavareddy, Kyle Kang. Again, Michelsen very much going to be one of those names you circle as we look towards this summer, the USTA Boys 18s National Championships, winner of that event in Kalamazoo in August. Of course, earning a U.S. Open main draw wildcard. Michelsen will think he's in the hunt, as he should. Ethan Quinn in the hunt as well. And for Ethan Quinn this week, dropped just one set. Victories over Baylor's Tadeusz Paralek, former Texas standout Colin Marcus. Went up for Joe Tyler as well. Michelsen here this week dropped a set in his first round against last week's semifinalist Ryan Siegerman. Wins over Lee Zhe, Kareem Al-Alaf. There's some nice aggression from Michelsen here. And got the opening hold. You see the frame for Michelsen. Sure, certainly looks like a 17-year-old, right? All skin and bones. 160 pounds soaking wet. For a man who's all skin and bones, that's some wheels from Alex Michelsen. And of course, if you have not already, highly recommend all of you go to tennisrecruiting.net. Right in the center of the page, you'll see that Zoo Tennis blog, the GOAT, Colette Lewis, breaking down the performances, track records of all of our semifinalists competing here today, but talked about Quinn, Michelsen in particular. Highly recommend that as preview reading for all of you joining us here today. Along there on the return. From Michelsen. I've looked, folks. March 2021, J1 San Diego, Ethan Quinn, a 6-4, 6-1 victory over Alex Michelsen. To my knowledge, that's the only matchup I see between the two at the ITF level. That was, of course, a junior event. Possible they crossed by one another in their junior careers as well. But for now, on serve here between the two future Georgia teammates, 1-all. Let's go split screen. Super producer Daniel Westoff. Early stages of both our men's and women's action. Again, 17-year-old Michelsen, 18-year-old Quinn, the 18-year-old Catherine Aaliyah as well. Who'd have thought McKenna Jones at 24 years old would be the elder statesman here in our 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit? Nevertheless, that's where we are in our opening semifinal session. Of course, you see on the top of your screen so many people to thank for creating these playing opportunities for these rising stars we see competing here today. Massive thank you to the USTA, ITF, obviously our friends at Wilson, supporting tennis players for generations now with their rackets, strings, clothing, everything they provide to the sport. Just a massive thank you to the Kleege family as well, Crable family, Ryan Brothers Foundation, Southern California Tennis Association Foundation. So many people help making these events possible. Right now, it is all McKenna Jones. It's the 24-year-old. Let's go full screen on that women's action. Of course, Michelsen serving on the near side of your screen here on the Aaliyah serving. She's facing 2 more breakpoint chances here for the 18-year-old. How about that serve, though? And again, you look for Catherine Aaliyah, not exactly the biggest track record of junior success. Reaches, again, top 151 in the junior rankings, was able to play the Junior Australian Open, of course, her home country, Junior Slam. But really never extended too far outside of the Pacific area in her junior career. Be fascinated to see again. I'm certain there are some college coaches who have been keeping their eye on her throughout the course of this week. And Aaliyah, straight set victories over Elena Zhao. Brandy Walker, last week's finalist. She knocked off Yae Yang to reach these semifinals. It's yet to drop a set. But sprang a bit here early. And of course, that's what McKenna Jones will do to you. She's going to grind, going to make you work. Breakpoint chance again for the 24-year-old. A little long there on the volley is Jones. Good play, good read. High backhand volley, in my opinion, the toughest shot to execute in all of tennis. All right. McKenna Jones, another break point chance here. And Jones was a top 5 player by the end of her throughout the course of her women's college tennis career. Of course, her final season dealt with some various injury issues. As part of a loaded North Carolina team that won 40+ consecutive regular season matches over her final 2 seasons. Multiple national indoor titles as well. And after that double fault, McKenna Jones up a double break here to start our women's singles semifinals. So 3-love Jones. As we make the turn, let's go back to Michelsen Quinn. Again, it was on serve 1-1 when we last tuned in. Right now, as we go back to our men's semifinals. Of course, we will get there, folks. Appreciate all of your patience at home. Appreciate all of you who are joining us, of course, here on this Father's Day weekend. So we see double changeover action here. Filed under things you don't love to see, but still, Michelsen holding 2-1 on serve early. Of course, if we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, let's pull up those graphics now. We'll start here on our men's side. Again, let's look at Alex Michelsen first. Michelsen, 17 years old. Ethan Quinn first, 18 years old. Currently at a career high in the rankings, 851. Of course, again, Ethan Quinn redshirting his freshman season at the University of Georgia. Certainly has paid dividends for him on court. You look at some of the results he's put together, not only success at the junior level, having the opportunity to go play Junior French Open and win a match there. Again, success at the Easter Bowl, San Diego ITF, but talk about the pro circuit success Ethan Quinn has had here this spring. Reached a semifinals in Bakersfield back in March. Semifinals again here in San Diego. Reached the finals of the Vero Beach Future back at the end of March. So again, Ethan Quinn, 18 years old, one of the players best positioned to take advantage of this 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. With that in mind, action back on court. Let's go back to our men's side. Again, this here, Ethan Quinn serving on the near side of your screen. And both these players, sneaky good height, sneaky good size. Looks like these two guys were dressed similarly as well. Shout out to Mrs. Quinn and Mrs. Michelsen. I imagine they had something to do with that. Of course, the two, again, partners at the University of Georgia. Sailed long there, so 40-love game points coming up for Quinn. Again, very early, clearly. I wouldn't say either player quite in rhythm yet. You ask me from a power advantage, I probably lean towards Michelsen. Quinn a little bit older, though. A little bit more comfortable extending rallies. He'll take the hold at love 4-2. Also, again, let's go split screen now. Follow the action happening in both our men's and women's singles semifinals. Again, men's side, Quinn, Michelsen. I don't know if we call it the men's side. I guess one of them is 18. So it's men's, not boys, but again, both of these young men, such talented prospects, a plethora of talented young American men that seem to be filtering through. Meanwhile, McKenna Jones is cooking. 4-love now consolidates the double break lead. She looks again to make the push here. Let's double check. McKenna Jones in her career. And I don't believe she has ever made a singles final on the ITF Pro Circuit. I mentioned that semifinal back in 2015. No, never reached a singles final. Hell of a start to work her way there. It's going to be fascinating again in this Michelsen-Quinn dynamic. Two future teammates. That's always just such mentally a difficult hurdle to overcome. It makes, again, what McKenna Jones did yesterday, straight sets over former teammate Sarah Davatila, that much more impressive. And right now, Jones just grinding away. Other than that missed high backhand volley, pretty sure that's the only unforced error she's made thus far in the match, 21 minutes in. 4-love, 30 all. Point coming up for Michelsen. Another break point chance here for Jones to make it 5-love. McKenna's found her rhythm. 5-love for the NCAA doubles champion. She makes the turn in set one. Let's go full screen. Quinn Michelsen. 2-all, 40-30. It's a good ball from Ethan Quinn to just jam the body there of the 17-year-old. Again, power perspective. I think I like the aggression, the spring off the Michelsen racket, just a hair more, but as you can see here earlier, and this is what that extra semester redshirting for the University of Georgia men's tennis team can do. Quinlan's fit. Again, 18 years old, but you see just a little bit more muscle on the frame. I mean, both guys obviously comfortable movers. You don't accomplish what they have in junior tennis without that sort of athleticism. As she comes. And with that Michelsen error, break point chance here for 18-year-old Ethan Quinn. Second break point chance of the match. Double fault from Michelsen, his third already here today. Ethan Quinn, subtle fist pump, and with it a 3-2 lead. Let's go back to McKenna Jones, again, 24-year-old in cruise control right now. She has a 5-love lead over 18-year-old Catherine Aaliyah. And again, for McKenna Jones, this is match number 1 of 2 on the day. We'll see Jones partnered with Sarah Davatilla in our women's doubles final. I mean, that's just steady from McKenna Jones. And certainly if you're Aaliyah here, from what we've seen from her, have we seen her extend past shot 3, 4 in the rally? Not quite yet. First pro semifinal, you're going to have some jitters. Jones now 2 points away, courting. Set point coming up for McKenna Jones. McKenna Jones, one of 4 players in North Carolina women's tennis history with over 100 singles and 100 doubles wins. Of course, Haley Carter, top 50 doubles player in the world. Jessie Amy, still grinding out on tour. And of course, Sarah Anundsen, now known as Sarah O'Leary, head coach of the University of Virginia women's tennis team. The 3 other players in that 100-100 club. Just speaks to the accomplishments, the career McKenna Jones has already put together. And you know what she just put together? A Saturday morning bagel. Bring out the cream cheese, throw a little lox. If you're a veteran, you put some white onion in there as well. McKenna Jones, 6-love first set. She is halfway to an to a pro circuit singles final. And another fun fact for all of you, I believe, I'll let Lewis fact check me, or anyone here on the stream, I believe there's only one father-daughter duo in NCAA tennis history to both capture NCAA doubles titles. Of course, that's McKenna Jones, 2021. Her father, Kelly Jones, NCAA doubles champion back in 1984 and 85. Of course, now the head coach for the men's tennis team at Furman. Again, I like how smooth both of these players seem to be from the center of the court. At the same time, if you joined us last week, We're in week number 1. Do either of these players right now have the serve, the forehand, the weapons of a University of San Diego's August Holmgren? I believe we'll see competing in men's singles semifinal number 2 later today. No, I would say both these guys, 18, 17 years old, don't quite have those weapons yet. Both of these guys extraordinarily smooth right now off both wings. And again, you look at this Michelsen frame, you're just like, can we get a cheeseburger in you? Maybe 2? And once we do, what sort of power might he be able to produce? There's a double fault from Quinn, though. So Michelsen with the break back 4-3 all. Ethan Quinn right now struggling on the first serve. I know we're only 3 games in, but you're looking for Quinn. 7 of 18, making 39% of his first serves thus far. Now, 3 of his 7 first serves have been aces. But you gotta land a higher percentage here in a pro semifinal. Again, jitters clear for both these teenagers. Seen Quinn turn to that backhand slice now repeatedly in such great feel. On the backhand drop of for the love 15. Let's go split screen, by the way. Don't want to miss again. We're 36 minutes in. McKenna Jones already halfway home. Catherine Aaliyah, 18-year-old, serving on the near side of your women's singles semifinal screen. What? Did Michelsen land that? He does. On the run, magic. I see you. From the 17-year-old. Again, 3 all, 15 all here. Construction there from the 18-year-old Ethan Quinn. This is going to be perhaps a niche comparison. Only some of you, perhaps on the stream, will have watched enough college tennis to understand the comp. But when I see Ethan Quinn, I see Michigan's Jacob Bickerstaff, just with more power, more pop. Guy's so solid off both wings. Yeah, the forehand backswing's a little big, but man, you can understand why people in Athens are so excited to get Quinn and Michelsen playing for the team next season. Well, Michelsen's just so smooth off those ground strokes. Man, right now, Catherine Aaliyah going to take that forehand cross-court winner. Again, just feel like facing break points here. You go down 6-love, 1-love. Broken in your first 4 service game. That's always tough. So 4-3, Michelsen leading in our men's singles semifinal. Let's go full screen, Jones, Aaliyah. Yeah, Jones is pressing forward and finding success every time. Again, doesn't even seem to have to do too much with the approach shot right now. It is just one-way traffic, all going the direction of 24-year-old McKenna Jones. 7 games, about 35 minutes of play. 6 love, 1 love for the qualifier Jones. Again, just epitomizes the sort of player this SoCal Pro Circuit designed to help create playing opportunities for, perhaps provide a springboard moving forward for these players as they begin or continue their pro careers. If we can we pull up that McKenna Jones graphic quick? We'll wait for this next point. After this first point here, super producer Daniel Westoff, I ask you to pull up that McKenna Jones graphic. Look for McKenna Jones again, the 24-year-old righty, yet to drop a set this week. Pretty impressive, particularly yesterday in a 6-4, 6-3 victory over former teammate, ITA #1 player in the country, Sarah Davatilla. Jones slowly working her way towards the WTA again. Top 1,000, finally cracking it here this past week once again. Now again with the pro final potentially looming. Start to make that top 850, top 800 push. Now you go from playing the 15Ks to the 25Ks, 25Ks to the 50Ks. Massive week for Jones. But okay, here's a little bit of an opening for Catherine Aaliyah. And I think, as we saw in that opening service game, the issue for her right now is just, again, putting balls in play. It's the longest rally we've seen thus far. 8 shots, 10 shots. Also feels like Jones, again, seeking opportunities to move forward, just keep Aaliyah on the stretch. Aaliyah going to have to find some sort of way to change that dynamic. Much you can do, though, when Jones is moving the ball as well as she is right now, just corner to corner there. So effective. Oh, drop shot left short. So, okay. Break point chance coming up. All right, Jones fights off break point number one. Another well-placed approach shot. Let's go split screen, by the way, as we reach the business end of set number one. 4-all, 30-all right now for Michelsen and Quinn. Again, Alex Gruskin here, our Cracked Racquets team. So excited to be on the broadcast for this 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. 18-year-old Ethan Quinn taking on future University of Georgia teammate, 17-year-old Alex Michelsen, two of the top American junior boys in the country. Of course, on our left side of our screen, women's singles semifinal number one, 24-year-old McKenna Jones. 7 games up, 7 games down, but now facing a second breakpoint chance here for 18-year-old Catherine Aaliyah, who just has struggled with her form. And speaking of the struggle, Alex Michelsen struggling mightily right now to put really with the second serve. Michelsen 5 of 13 on second serve points, including 3 double faults. As such, Ethan Quinn another opportunity now. 5-4 serve for the match. Yep, we know that's in his bag now. Ethan Quinn loves to get you stretched inside out forehand to open up the angle for that backhand dropper. The dropper successful 4-5-4. Let's go back, Jones. Aaliyah now full screen as we're still at deuce here. Tell you what, you felt like if you were Catherine Aaliyah, if I can take this game, maybe the dynamic begins to slowly shift. Instead, it's McKenna Jones, another game point chance. Good power tennis there. Catherine Aaliyah. I mean, again, we haven't seen much from her thus far. But I really do enjoy the way Aaliyah turns into those balls from the center third of the court. I think the ground strokes in a vacuum do look pretty successful, pretty clean. The best point we've seen the 18-year-old play today. Fantastic ball striking. Sets up another break point, and let's go split screen as Ethan Quinn serving for that first set, 5-4. Don't want to miss that. Again, going to have coverage of all the action here on semifinal/championship Sunday. I mentioned McKenna Jones competing in our doubles final later today, as is Ethan Quinn. Quinn with Stiam Waldie earned 3-set victories to get to the final. So Quinn not only 2 points away from a first set. Again, a lot of tennis to be played for the 18-year-old here today. Jones does ultimately hold 4-2 love. Meanwhile, let's go full screen here. Quinn Michelsen, 40-15 set point. All right. Backhand goes long. Set point number 1 fought off. Again, if you're Ethan Quinn, you've made 12 of 27 first serves. Set number 1. You've only dropped 2 points on that first serve when it's gone in. If you're asking me who's done the majority of the dictating from the baseline today, it has been the 18-year-old Quinn. Second set point here coming up. It's a choice, certainly. A little bit of a bailout there on the serve and volley. Quite clear to us that Ethan Quinn enjoys hitting that backhand slice, enjoys the drop shot, the feel on that wing. Michelsen now sees the read all over that pass. We're back to deuce. That is a heck of an approach shot from Ethan Quinn. Absolutely blitzes that ball inside in. I think that's the ball for Ethan Quinn. Again, he's just a quick twitch athlete. It's not overwhelming you, not the size. Again, not as obvious in your face, the sort of power as we'll see from August Holmgren later today. But man, is there a lot to like about this game of Ethan Quinn. Yet I love the continued aggression from Michelsen. Michelsen doesn't love the call there, but Ethan Quinn will take it. With that first set, halfway towards another pro circuit final. Again, with that in mind, we'll go back to our women's action here. It is all McKenna Jones, another game point chance. And with that, 6 love, 3 love, 9 up, 9 down for the qualifier and 2021 NCAA doubles champion. Again, Alex Gruskin here. Let's show what we've got coming up after this match. It's going to be our second men's semifinal here on our stadium court at the Barnes Tennis Center. It's going to be August Holmgren, already a winner here in our SoCal Pro Circuit. Won the event in Rancho Santa Fe in week 1 this week. Wins over Kalman Boyd. Rye. Then a win over last week's champion, Duarte Valle, the former Florida All-American in 3-set. Holmgren Valle, a couple of battles so far in our SoCal Pro Circuit, and thus far, who's ever won them have ultimately won the title for Holmgren, already racing into the top 650. Feels like it'll be when, not if, we'll see him compete on the challenger level. But look, I talked about the college ties of Quinn and Michelsen. Certainly Holmgren just finishing his college career at the University of San Diego. He's got a tricky matchup. Take on to Kikuchi, the 22-year-old. He's got another year left at Cal. Kikuchi, a finalist in doubles last week. This week into the semifinals of singles, wins. Dropping just, 2 sets thus far. Had to come through qualifying, though. A good win over Oregon's Quinn Vandekasten. So it's going to be Kikuchi Holmgren on our center court next. That's our men's singles semifinal number 2. Of course, right now, 18-year-old Ethan Quinn. Rocking and rolling. That 6-4 first set. Yeah, let's actually go full screen on Jones Aaliyah for a little bit. Again, you just feel like this is the do-or-die game for Catherine Aaliyah. And she had her opportunities, a couple of break point chances in Jones' opening service game of the set. But McKenna Jones doing such a good job of getting Aaliyah stretched into the outer thirds of the court. Again, you look for Aaliyah here. It's not as though she's played the most physical tennis on her way to this semifinal. Hasn't dropped a set. Just 1 set going 7-6. That, of course, was yesterday. Again, a victory over last week's finalist, 18-year-old Yae Yang. True, he has never been past the quarterfinals at a pro event until today. But still just... Again, what's plan B for her? What's plan C? How's she going to start working her way into some of these points? Everything just feels like it's on Jones's term. McKenna's being the one all around into the outer thirds of the court. And you can't miss that. Second serve return, 15-30. Scoreboard deficit looking like it does. Of course, very easy to be that Monday morning quarterback, right? Sit here in the commentator's booth saying that's a return that has to be made, but that's a return that has to be made. I think we all acknowledge that. That's the routine play. Second serve return, floater to the backhand. Good dropper. Good change of speed. again, credit to Jones absorbing the first strike of Aaliyah, and when she does absorb that first strike, it seems like she then subsequently is able to take command of the point. It's tough, though. Again, good depth from Jones. I acknowledge, again, you'd like to see a little bit more from Aaliyah, but what more can you do there? Again, McKenna Jones just hitting that ball on a string, corner after corner after corner. Game point here for Jones for love. Hear that wind, at least we can hear in the background. Strong breeze, clearly impacting the toss here of McKenna Jones. That breeze going from the top of your screen towards the bottom. So that wind at the back of McKenna Jones right now. We're back to deuce. Can we go split screen here? Again, early stages of that second set. And it's already a breakpoint chance here for Ethan Quinn. Fight from Alex Michelsen feels of that opening service game. Meanwhile, I'll say it right now, this is the match for Catherine Aaliyah, excuse me. Even if she does manage to break here, doesn't guarantee she's going to win. If she doesn't manage to break here, pack the bag, start the plane. So this match may be over. Yeah, head down. I just don't think she has. Oh, no. Excuse me. Yeah, okay. That ball missed from McKenna Jones makes more sense. Game point chance here for Michelsen. talking with some of the people around Ethan Quinn at the University of Georgia, talked about the work ethic of the 18-year-old. He's already willing to put in those 7 a.m. lifts. His desire, work ethic, unquestioned, even at such a young age. I mean, that forehand return's pretty nice as well. So another break point chance for Ethan Quinn, number 1 of 17-year-old Alex Michelsen. Meanwhile, McKenna Jones just continuing to McKenna Jones it up. I don't remember her possessing this sort of pace on the ball. Jones has always been someone comfortable redirecting, absorbing, changing direction. Again, physically such a tough out, but there's just a little extra oomph today behind each of her approach shots for love. Meanwhile, drop shot lob combo goes awry as Ethan Quinn, a little short angle kick serve overhead. Takes a lot of leg strength to pull that off. 6-4-1 love now for the 18-year-old. Let's go full screen Jones Aaliyah as we wait for the changeover to finish. Again, players now on court, 1 hour and 1 minute. 10 games up, 10 games down for McKenna Jones. Looking at the stats here today, obviously they're going to slant towards the 24-year-old's Americans' favor. Boy, here's a number for you all. Catherine Aaliyah, 20 of 36, landing first serves in this match. She's won 60% of her first serve points. That's not bad. 1 of 16 on second serve points. 1 of 16. She's won 6% of her second serve points today. In fact, Aaliyah has not had a game point chance yet on serve. 5 service games in. This is really, again, first significant. Was up 30-15 in her last service game as well. It's extended games to deuce, but has yet to have a game point on serve, and that's why McKenna Jones, the moment she finds the outer third of the court, again, this 18-year-old Aaliyah, just unable to come up with the sort of defensive skills, neutralizing ball you need to push Jones off that baseline. Jones has just been dictating in exceptional fashion here today. Again, that's the confidence. You beat a former teammate, your doubles partner, in Sarah Davatilla in the quarterfinals. Win a doubles title last week as well. Things are clicking on all cylinders right now for the 24-year-old Jones. All right, how about that? Catherine Aaliyah. Game point chance now. Her first on serve. By the way, good day for college tennis players everywhere. Matias Soto, recent Baylor graduate, reaching his first professional singles final. You had Chris Rodesh, standout for the University of Virginia. He reached the singles and doubles final. An ITF Futures event in Europe. Also had a successful week. University of Texas. Ripa, I believe, partner, I forget, but it's an all-Texas final, I believe, in the doubles final at the Sumter 25K. But more pressingly, how about this? Catherine Aaliyah on the board, on serve as well for Aaliyah. 6-love 4-1 now lead for McKenna Jones. Let's go back to our men's match. Ethan Quinn up a set and a break. Is the now rising redshirt sophomore for the University of Georgia. Make that 6-4, 2-love now. Again, these two future University of Georgia teammates have faced off once. It was a straight set victory, at least from my experience, a straight set victory for Quinn over Michelsen. All the way back in 2021, San Diego J1 event. And boy, I was wrong. Power advantage to Quinn. That forehand is just a laser. Well, Michelsen seems fairly comfortable absorbing that pace, moving that ball around the court again, very clean on his ground stroke wings. Is Alex Michelsen, but right now, it's just everything's on Quinn's terms. How did that land good, though? That could start a rally. Impressive on the slide, forehand, cross court, drop shot volley. 4-15 all, of course, again for Alex Michelsen. Wins the title at the Easter Bowl. Grade B1 championship at the end of March. As such, Michelsen, one of the top 50 ITF juniors in the world right now. I really like his game. It's very simple, compact. I mentioned those training sessions for Ethan Quinn. Jim Rat loves to be in that Athens workout room, 7 a.m. Getting his weights in. You can imagine what a month, 2 months of 7 a.m. workouts will do for the body of Alex Michelsen. Not to say he doesn't already put in the work, but of course, once you get on that college training program, it's going to allow him to take things to another level. Ball sails on Quinn, though. There, certainly a loose game from the 18-year-old, 40-15 now. Meanwhile, again, McKenna Jones closing in on that finish line. The 24-year-old 6-love 4-1 lead, although 15-30 for her now. Another service game where she's facing some trouble. It's a good pass from Ethan Quinn on the rise. Got that ball low. Strong pace down the center. So 40-30 here. And meanwhile, McKenna Jones 30 all in her 4-1 service game. So Michelsen gets on the board for 1-2. Let's go back to our women's semifinal. All scenario here for McKenna Jones. Jones firing those bump lobs against the wind. Sits up for the 18-year-old Australian. Strikes. Leah now break point chance. Interesting. Seems to have finally found a way to play on her front foot. Of course, things are always going to tighten as you approach that finish line. So we're back to deuce, and I think when Aaliyah watches the film of this match, not only the missed returns will she be kicking herself for, but just not creating enough opportunities to make things easy for herself. So now game point chance for McKenna Jones to put herself one game away. Five-1 now. Jones one game away. Let's go split screen here. Obviously don't want to miss out if McKenna Jones able to reach match point. 24-year-old, just exceptional. Working the point, but how about this? Alex Michelsen, break point chances. Now on Ethan Quinn. All right, McKenna Jones 2 points away now as the errors continue to pile up. Again, I don't have the unforced error count in front of me. I imagine it would be healthily in the double digits, probably north of 20 here for Aaliyah. But again, Catherine Aaliyah, the 18-year-old, is 2 of 17 on second serve chances. That's a testament. McKenna Jones being the aggressor, making her pay. Meanwhile, Quinn goes long. So back on serve in men's singles semifinal number 1. We gotta go full screen to our women's singles semifinal now. Match point McKenna Jones. She's got 3 of them to reach the first pro singles final of her career. It's a good swing. Built yourself that chance. 605, 140 love. Go for broke. And again, for McKenna Jones, see her, Ethan Quinn, both again later today in our doubles finals. Those matches scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern time. I would be shocked if they started any time before 5. 24-year-old McKenna Jones, nearly flawless in a dominant 6-love, 6-1 victory over 18-year-old Catherine Aaliyah. Now, again, was the 18-year-old at her best today? Certainly not, but for McKenna Jones now. Through qualifying this week and does not drop a set in 6 victories on her way to her first pro circuit singles final. And I mentioned this on the broadcast yesterday. Success translates no matter where it happens. For McKenna Jones, she partnered with Kimmy Hans last week. They won the doubles title at the University of San Diego. Now, the success, the confidence from that run clearly translating into the form we see this week for 24-year-old McKenna Jones. Again, the 2021 NCAA doubles champion, 6-love, 6-1. By the most dominant performance we've seen so far on this SoCal Pro Circuit. And tell you what, of course, when McKenna Jones was a top 5 player in the nation for North Carolina, we knew the sort of talent she possessed. Such a solid player, such a tough out. But if she's going to move the ball around the court, flash that sort of firepower, now you start thinking about the ceiling for her moving forward. And boy, was that an impressive performance. So again, 6-love, 6-1. Coming up next on that center court, actually going to be our other men's singles semifinal. Excuse me, I stand corrected. I believe all of our women's action today actually on Stadium Court. So Catherine Hui, Megan McRae. Gonna take on one another next. Just long off the racket of Michelsen. Big overhead there from Michelsen. Both of these players surprisingly comfortable moving forward. Yeah, we've seen some sloppy first volleys, but love the transition tennis we've seen from these future University of Georgia superstars. And again, is this a future Kalamazoo preview? Quarterfinals, semifinals action there, maybe. That was a little sloppier. with the serve and volley. Almost felt like a bailout play there. Again, credit to Michelsen. Good coverage. Almost got his forehand on that cross-court pass, but just didn't do enough with that first volley. So now we're back to deuce.
Oh!
Yeah. This one's been a fight. Again, constant jockeying between these two. Quinn took an early break lead in the first off a Michelsen double fault, only to hand that break right back to Michelsen via double fault of his own. You look at the stats for this match, neither player having particular amounts of success behind their second serves. Oh. Okay, that's special. When I see Ethan Quinn's ability to turn on that forehand and mix in the drop shot so comfortably as well, there's a lot to like in the skill set of Quinn. I do think Michelsen a bit more, basic's the wrong word, but standard definition feels right. You see, again, the easy forehand, backhand, the size. Just wait till he learns to bend his knees past 60 degrees when exploding into that serve. And no one's going to teach you to bend your knees on the serve quite like a Jamie Hunt, a Manny Diaz. As Michelsen will learn when he gets to Georgia. Oh. Runner was called safe at second. But Michelsen just long on that dive. So add out now for Ethan Quinn, and I'll tell you what, when he has time to sit on that forehand, absolutely delicious. Break point chance once again here for Quinn, his fifth of the match. Excuse me, sixth of the match now for Quinn. Final answer 5. Was the fifth break point chance he ultimately converts? That's 4 breaks of serve now for Ethan Quinn, who finds himself back up top here at 3-2. Again, second career head-to-head matchup between these two in the ITF level. Last time it came was a straight set victory for Quinn in the San Diego area as well. So every so often, history does give us a hint of what we can expect to see. Right now, again, it's Ethan Quinn. 6-4, 3-2 lead for the 18-year-old. Rising sophomore for the University of Georgia. Of course, again, Alex Gruskin here. Week number 3 of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Our final week of play in the San Diego area. And again, a massive thank you to the Rancho Santa Fe site, University of San Diego, of course, here at the Barnes Tennis Center. 3 consecutive weeks of Pro Circuit action, precisely what the doctor ordered following the end of the college tennis season. It's been such a pleasure to get to see this nexus of talent. Again, the rising junior stars, recently graduated or current college players looking to dip their toes in the pro water. Of course, the players like the Gage Primers of the world, McKenna Joneses of the world, looking to continue to make that push. A massive thank you to all of our sponsors for helping make these events possible. Yeah, frustration from Michelsen after that era. Good wheels from Ethan Quinn. Man, I'll tell you what, this is my first time watching Quinn play from start to finish. I should say I got to see snippets of him practicing throughout the course of this year. Watched a little bit of his action earlier this week. I mean, man, it's the 18-year-old twitchy. The forehand's a weapon. Backhand drop shot as well. How casually he hits it. I don't say this lightly, but reminds you of another teenager right now. His comfort level with that backhand drop shot. Of course, I'm referring to Carlos Alcaraz, who I am not, by any stretch of the imagination, saying that that's what we should expect from Ethan Quinn over the next year, that he should become a top 10 player in the world, but the combination of power and creativity, it's a solid foundation and a good place to start. That was an ace down the tee, negated, of course, by the let cord. So first serve coming up again here for Quinn, who has been unable to consolidate the breaks that he's earned thus far in this match. To do that here to make it 6-4, 4-2. Point chance coming up for Quinn. Again, I know it's tough. Both in hats, blue shirts, black shorts. Quinn on the near side of your screen here. Quinn with the hold 4-4-2. Again, in case you're just joining us here, McKenna Jones, 6-1, love 6-1 winner in our first women's singles semifinal. Of course, Jones winning the doubles title last week. Get to last week's winners momentarily here. Well, what's up? Going a little bit long. Let's bring up that week 2. If we can show off again our singles champions coming into the week. Duarte Valle, University of Florida, All-American, recently graduated senior. 3-set victory, 3.5 hours. It was over Nathan Ponwith. Of course, Valle knocked out in 3 sets this week and yesterday by semifinalist August Holmgren. It's been the Holmgren Valle show, folks. And their success here in SoCal, a testament to the talent, the depth of the current men's collegiate tennis game. Let's go back to our court, of course. By the way, men's singles champion. Of course, we'll get that graphic up for all of you. Meanwhile, 6-4, 4-2. 4-3. Michelsen able to keep pace as he's able to get the hold. 4-6, 4-4-3. Let's show that graphic quickly. Duarte Valle, again, your men's singles champion last week. 4-6, 7-6, 7-5 victory over Nate Ponwith. On the women's side, how about Snow Han? USC rising sophomore, a 3-set victory over Ya Yang. Again, we saw both Han and Valle in the draws this week. Han knocked out in 3 sets, round 1. Valle knocked out in the quarterfinals yesterday by Holmgren. Momentum breeds momentum. Success builds success. On the ITF Tour, all of these players talented, of course. It's the thinnest of margins. Who's more confident in the biggest moments, as we've learned, ultimately deciding these matches. Heck of a week 2, certainly from a singles perspective, and that has carried over here into week 3. Of course, if you've joined us from the start here today, McKenna Jones, 6-love, 6-1 victor, advance to her first pro singles final. Let's go to our second women's singles semifinal now on court and underway. Excuse me, our women's match currently having some technical difficulties, so we'll get there, introduce our players to you all momentarily. Meanwhile, Michelsen frustrated with himself, and you can understand why. In what instances has he been the aggressor throughout the course of this match? It does feel as though we're playing on Quinn's terms. Yeah, Quinn may have been the one who's produced a few more errors in this match, but Quinn's done such a good job keeping Michelsen honest with that drop shot, but Michelsen saw it coming. And that's great spring, great hands, great preparation at the net. I do think that's the thing as I project Michelsen moving forward. The 17-year-old's got the size. He's also got the well-rounded skill set. No doubt about it. 50-30 here again. We want to introduce all of you to our second women's singles semifinal. We'll do that momentarily. Gonna stay here for now. Alex Michelsen ready for the drop shots, and honestly, it's kind of a bailout from Ethan Quinn. Yes, he's had success moving forward, but back-to-back drop shots, up 4-3 in the second set. Somewhere, Georgia head coach Manny Diaz, associate head coach Jamie Hunt, thinking not the shot choice. We'll work on that when you both get to Athens. I mean, again, back-to-back-to-back serving volleys. That's rushed tennis. Ultimately now 6-4, 4-all. Michelsen gets the break back. So let's go split screen now. Don't want to take Quinn Michelsen off your screen. Certainly we're all locked in to the home stretch of this second set, but now on court. One of the more fun stories certainly of the week. 17-year-old wild card Catherine Hui, committed to Princeton in 2023, has yet to drop a set. She takes on qualifier Megan McRae. McRae, the former Oklahoma State standout. Impressive victory yesterday over University of San Diego's Salamar Calling in 3 sets. Hui yesterday, the straight set victory over rising sophomore Kimmy Hance. But right now, it's the college vets on the women's side taking it to the teenagers. McRae already opening up a 2-love lead. Again, McRae on the near side of your screen on the left. 26 years old is McRae, taking on that 17-year-old Hui. Ready and early opening. McRae still looking for her first singles title. We're going to get to that Megan McRae match. 30 all here at Love 2. Let's go full screen Michelsen Quinn right now. And we've got a question from one of our viewers on the stream. Tennis Guy, aptly named. I like to think I'm a tennis guy as well. So we have that in common. Tennis Guy, he asks, how can I find the Megan McRae semis match on its own? You can watch all the individual streams on the USTA SoCal Pro Circuit website. I would not recommend it, simply because, hey, we're having more fun here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast. And, of course, any of you tuning in today, thoughts, comments, criticisms, reflections on where you think this Georgia team's going to go once they add Quinn or Michelsen, you name it, feel free to throw it into the chat. Tweet at us at Cracked Racquets, at AL Gruskin, at USTA SoCal. Again, a massive thank you to the countless entities who helped make these playing opportunities possible. 30 all now for Michelsen. And this has been the trouble. Anytime he's built some momentum, Quinn has just sapped it away from him. It's a big second serve. Got up on the shoulder of Ethan Quinn, 440-30. And again, looking at the stats in this match, the biggest weapon on the court has been the Ethan Quinn first serve and his +1 attack behind it. He's won 81% of his first serve points. Michelsen just at 58% on the first serve, 47% on the second serve. Got the free point there. Another look at a second serve coming, though, for Quinn. Will he take a step forward or does he take a step back here? Not going to matter. Double fault. Tough weekend for the Michelsens, right? Phil Michelsen, no relation to Alex, cut from the 2022 U.S. Open. The defending champ was, what, +11 or something through 2 rounds of golf. It's a tough double fault there for Alex Michelsen, but can bounce things around here again. Next point coming up, not just wide. Oh. It's when Ethan Quinn flashes the touch like that, plus the power he possesses. Again, that backhand slice is special. Just the feel, the craft. Break point chance number 7 now coming for Ethan Quinn. Big first serve there from Michelsen to bail himself out. Alex Michelsen finding some goods here. Now he's got himself a game point chance. I know some of you, again, tuning in to see Megan McRae take on Catherine Hui. That's women's singles semifinal number 2. We'll continue our coverage of that match momentarily here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast stream. Big hold from Michelsen. You get the corresponding roar as well. Fights off. Breakpoint chance. Now takes a 4 lead. Meanwhile, did someone not ask me for my bagel order? Prior to these women's singles semifinals, McKenna Jones 0-1 in semifinal number 1. And now it's Megan McRae. 4-love lead for the 26-year-old qualifier. Craig reached a career high 747 in the world rankings back in 2017. Of course, McRae slowly building back her ranking after dealing with countless injuries for the past few seasons. McRae making the most of this SoCal Pro Circuit quarterfinals week 1. A straight set loss in the second round to our top seed last week, but this week comes through qualifying. Wins over Trisha Marr. Corley calling as well. Jumps just 1 set on her way here. Boy, and McRae just grinding right now. Taking the unforced errors offered by 17-year-old Catherine Hui. And Hui committed to Princeton. Somehow not a blue chip recruit. 5 stars for Hui. 25 in her recruiting class, that class of 2023. Catherine Hui, a native of San Diego, goes to Santa Fe Christian Schools. Again, tough for the 17-year-old right now to find her rhythm. Breakpoint chances again for McRae to make it 5-love, 15 minutes, folks. Yeah, 5-love. 15 minutes into this match. And it's once again the qualifier. Megan McRae. Conference selection. There's McRae again. Many different skills for her. Meanwhile, we're back here in our men's singles semifinal. 18-year-old Ethan Quinn taking on future Georgia teammate, 2021 Easter Bowl champion Alex Michelsen. Michelsen faced break points in his last service game. Couple of big serves, bailing him out of the deficit. And now an Ethan Quinn double fault. And Again, are we going to be done with 3 sets of women's singles semifinal tennis before we're done with 2 sets? Here on the men's side, maybe so. The grind between the 2 future teammates continuing. Again, Quinn may have the power advantage, but Michelsen giving him nothing for free. Opening here at 15:30. Quinn misses that, so all of the sudden, literally all of the sudden, set points for 17-year-old Alex Michelsen, who to his credit has not given an inch so far today. Michelsen with the roar as he takes the second set. We're going the distance on court 10. 6-4 to the 17-year-old. Meanwhile, again, 26-year-old Megan McRae. We haven't even had time to show you the graphics, folks. McRae racing out to a 5-love, 40-love lead. 3 set points before the 20-minute mark. Guess what? That's why you build 5-love, 40-love. Put yourself in a position to be able to go aggressive on that second serve. So 40-love becomes 40-30. Sure, why not? Let's go to deuce. So set point number 4 now for McRae. Come and gone. Again, I know we're very early here, clearly comfortable swinging freely. That land good? It did not. So way now. Oh no, did it? did land good, so advantage out of way. It's nice tennis. Good change of direction from McRae, taking that first ball early up the line. Takes the second on the short hop to the very much open space she had created on that ad side. Solid pattern. Seems very replicable. And after that, ace down the tee. We're back to set points. So set point number 5 now. So it's a 6-love first set now for Megan McRae, the 26-year-old qualifier. Getting into the semifinals here this week. Hadn't reached a semifinals in singles. Let's see, since all the way back to quarterfinals, obviously, in her past as well. No, this is McRae's first semifinal professionally at the pro level. And for the 26-year-old former standout at Oklahoma State, reached that career high top 750 back in 2017, still working her way up the rankings. Again, coming back from injury, the SoCal Pro Circuit, so valuable in providing those playing opportunities. If nothing else, 6 matches under your belt here this week. That's precisely what the 26-year-old is looking for. Now, again, halfway home to her first singles final. Of course, on the other side of the net, 17-year-old Catherine Hui. Hui committed to join Princeton. I believe she's the class of 2023, but I'll tell you what, straight set win over 2 superstar freshmen from the past year in college tennis. Hui victories over Kimmy Hantz, the UCLA standout, 4-3 yesterday, a 3-4 win over Cal Berkeley, rising sophomore and standout freshman Katja Wiersholm. Lot to like about the 17-year-old American, even if it wasn't her finest performance. Kick off set number 1. Meanwhile, third set now underway. It's Alex Michelsen. 17-year-old was down break point chances and a set and 4 all. All of a sudden, found a couple first serves. Got a couple of loose errors from Ethan Quinn, whose body language right now, look at how he's walking. That head is down. Shoulders slightly slumped. It's the first real sign of negativity we've seen from the 18-year-old. You can understand why. The errors continue to pile up, so 40 love now. Is that shot missed wide by Michelsen, or is that game? Tough to tell. No, that shot called good. So Quinn misses wide. 1 love. Alex Michelsen, 3 straight games here now. Quietly has gone about seizing the momentum. Our first men's singles semifinal, of course. Let's go split screen here now. Show you all some of our action across the board here. 1 love lead, of course, here for Michelsen as they make the turn. That first set officially in the books. again was a 6 set for 26-year-old Megan McRae. McRae already off to a strong start as well. 15:30 after the double fault from Hui. Set number 2. Breakpoint chance for McRae to get things going again. The 26-year-old not giving herself anything for free right now. McRae with the 6-love, 1-love lead. Again, it's very early, and with such a lopsided scoreline, inevitably the stats are going to slant towards the 26-year-old. Right now, if you're Hui, 10 on second serve points, making only 55% of her first serves as well. What can she do to change the momentum here? Just disrupt the rhythm of Megan McRae. Certainly felt like she was starting to do that in her final return game, so maybe that's the recipe. Meanwhile, again, Alex Michelsen has the big mo. Errors piling up for Ethan Quinn. Quinn struggled with his first serve throughout the course of today's match. Quinn landing just 47% of his first serves now. He's won 76% of those points, but it's just not going to cut it for the 18-year-old in a semifinal, particularly against a guy like Michelsen, giving away nothing for free. There's another freebie. Backhand slice in the net. The errors have piled up, and now it's break point chances for 17-year-old Alex Michelsen. Meanwhile, again, Megan McRae is just in cruise control right now on championship court. Again, you can tell the wind, and that wind going from the top of your women's matchup to the bottom of the screen. Things are certainly helping McRae right now, but man, we swing so freely. Just again, McRae's defense, the physicality, another level right now. She's absorbing those first blows. Meanwhile, again, Michelsen's rolling. 2-love, 15-love here. You go back to those break point chances Ethan Quinn had at the end of the second set. Overall, her chance. Had his chance, excuse me. do think Hui has gone about slowing things down a bit, not pulling the trigger quite as early. It's just the errors continue to pile up. Boy, Quinn was having so much success with the backhand feel in set number one and really through the first set and a half. But great forehand approach, just unable to execute on the backhand volley. So again, game point chance coming up for Michelsen. Meanwhile, McRae holds 4-2 love. 8 straight games for the 26-year-old as she looks to make the first pro singles final of her career. For what it's worth, text message has been sent. Florida State University head coach Chrissy Young asking about the anecdotes, perhaps any stories that can shed some light on the continued efforts of McRae. Meanwhile, again, I know speaking to Manny Diaz, Jamie Hunt, the University of Georgia men's tennis coaching staff, how excited they are to get both Michelsen and Quinn on campus next year. They feel like you add 2 freshman pieces like this into the mix. Certainly be talking about Georgia amongst the national championship title contenders next season. Meanwhile, 3-love Michelsen on the turn. Let's go full screen, McRae. Women's singles semifinal. Real juice for Megan McRae as again we'll go full screen on our women's singles semifinal number 2. Of course, the winner of this one not only going to be reaching their first pro singles final, also again going to have that shot to face McKenna Jones. Fun facts about Megan McRae. Best college victory. Came back from 5-2 down against Florida once upon a time. Won 18 points in a row. To take a 7-5 third set, of course, perhaps most notably, Megan McRae touring with her sister Morgan. Playing various musical gigs across the San Diego area. Here we go. Hui now. Game point chance for the 17-year-olds. So there we go. 17-year-old Catherine Hui competing in her first professional singles semifinal here today, gets on the board. Still 6-love 2-1 for Megan McRae. Meanwhile, all Alex Michelsen here in set number 3. Quinn had his chances for all. Again, has return on his racket. Just unable to hit the ball cleanly. Michelsen doesn't love the call. Excuse me. Quinn doesn't love the call. Thinks it came a bit late. Is that a double fault? Given the hand shrug, one would assume it was. And indeed, it was a double fault for Quinn. Quinn's third of the match. Boy, doesn't this feel like a de facto match point here for Michelsen. All right, come on now, Quinn. Now moves like Jagger. Cross-court backhand dropper. Yeah. Dare I say, that's nice with it. So 30-40 now for Quinn. Oh, but that first serve has just abandoned him here today, Quinn. Again, under 50% on the first serve. All right. That's a nice overhead. Steady play. +1 backhand. Swung through it comfortably. I will continue to point out Ethan Quinn, 24 of 33 on first serve points, 73% win percentage. The +1 game of Ethan Quinn has been the biggest weapon throughout the course of this match, but the steadiness and consistency of Michelsen ultimately has him here up a break in the third. Still 2 break points fought off by Quinn. Sometimes it's better be lucky than good, right? Drop forehand volley brings us to game point. All right, Ethan Quinn on the board. Again, that did feel like a match point sort of game. 4-love double break with the way things had been trending. And you think about how he saved those break points. Bailout, cross-court backhand drop shot, the definitive overhead at 30-40. If anything is going to change the momentum here, maybe it's that game for Ethan Quinn. 3-1 now, and we go split screen here. 3-1 in both of our second sets. Megan McRae just in cruise control. Right now is the 26-year-old. That's just exceptional physicality from 26-year-old Megan McRae, absorbing the first strike. Impressive first strike at that of 17-year-old Catherine Hui, but just able to turn defense into offense. And so McRae, 6-love, 4-1 lead here in women's singles semifinal number 2. Of course, winner of this can face 24-year-old McKenna Jones in tomorrow's final. Meanwhile, as we said, if anything was going to turn the momentum, stretch backhand drop volley, confident 30-40 overhead, Ethan Quinn is back on serve here in the third at 2-3. Of course, by the way, while we still have an entire another men's singles semifinal to go, we do have doubles for you all today. Our doubles finals coming up. Those matchups momentarily. Going wide there now, and boy, all of that momentum was 5 straight games. Now Ethan Quinn, 2 straight, and now 30-love as well. Coming up now. Meanwhile, let's go back to split screen. Megan McRae in cruise control, 6-love, 4-1. That might be a combined 2-hour total for our women's singles semifinals, and that's a testament to the performances of McRae and Jones, who just have not given an inch, had their foot on the gas from the start against a couple of teenage opponents, and have just been rocking and rolling thus far. Meanwhile, double fault from Quinn, so we're back to 30 all. 2-3, third set, men's singles semifinal number 1, of course, coming up after that. August Holmgren take on Yuta Kikuchi, a couple of college players. Players with collegiate ties here in the California area. Holmgren, San Diego, Kikuchi, Cal. But Megan McRae drawing another error from 17-year-old Catherine Hui. Again, you look for McRae, to her credit, 27 of 36 on first serves, 23 of 27 on first serve points. She's just high percentage tennising 17-year-old Catherine Hui to death here today, and now 1 game away from the match. Meanwhile, game point chances here. We get a single game point chance for 18-year-old Ethan Quinn. Ball steals long. Good aggression from Michelsen. That's the side clearly to attack. gonna move forward, try to move in towards that backhand wing. Quinn able to dip that ball low, certainly, but that's really the only pass he turns to on that wing. Or at least I should say, turns to comfortably.
Fuck!
Introducing Quinn Michelsen. Meanwhile, let's go full screen and Hui McRae. Don't mean to be rude here, but we're 2 points away from the match. Make that match point. Wow, match point after double fault number 11 for Hui. And again, that's a testament to the pressure McRae has put on the 17-year-old. Megan McRae, for those who don't know, took 2 years off. Attended Oklahoma State freshman season back in 2014-15 range. 2 years ago, played pros, went back in 17-18. And now Megan McRae is into her first pro circuit final. We had 2 games dropped in our women's singles semifinals today. 2 total games. And in the end, it's going to be a couple of former collegiate standouts. Megan McRae, the qualifier. 6-love, 6-1 win over 17-year-old Catherine Hui. And now again, McRae going to take on 24-year-old qualifier McKenna Jones, the SoCal Pro Circuit, about providing playing opportunities to those players looking for that springboard, looking for some success to just build some momentum for behind in their careers. And boy, McRae and Jones would not have been the final I drew up at the start of the week, but folks, that's why you play the matches. Meanwhile, Alex Michelsen is just throwing depth at Ethan Quinn now. Smooth. So smooth. From Alex Michelsen. It just seems to be prepared now for the, I almost said charcuterie. I'm pretty sure that's salami and cheese. The chicanery is the word I was looking for. Chicanery, not charcuterie, comes off the racket of Ethan Quinn. Such a good job moving forward, and now a break point chance to retake the lead here in the third. It's really smart. after a confident forehand combination. Quinn, to his credit, while the struggles may have risen, while, again, error count may have risen subsequently as well, Quinn continues to push forward. Again, watching an 18-year-old, how they deal with adversity, with struggles, I'm impressed, particularly given the drop-off in Quinn's level here in set 3, but that's a thunderous ace down the tee, and now game point chance for Ethan Quinn to level this third set at 3-all. And by the way, shout out to our women's semifinalists. Both matches completed before men's singles semifinal number 1 can end, a testament to the dominance today of McKenna Jones and Megan McRae. That's what you love to see. Again, both of these players hungry. Intensity rising. Michelsen frustrated with himself. Don't think his play necessarily dipped there. I really do think that was a testament. Testament to the efforts here of Quinn, continuing to scrap and claw. Again, I know a lot of you here, Alex Gruskin, excited for our Cracked Rackets coverage here of the SoCal Pro Circuit to continue. Couple of things. With our women's singles semifinals over, women's doubles final still going to take place at 4 p.m. today. So 30 minutes off right now on our Snapdragon Stadium court, as I believe it's called at the Barnes Tennis Center. Shout out to Mr. and Mrs. Snapdragon. That is one hell of a last name, excuse me. Snapdragon Stadium court currently empty as we await for our women's doubles final. We'll get McKenna Jones back on court with Sarah Davatilla. So we're going to take on Ya-E Young, Yawei Tamchaiwat. Now we get to lock in on our first of 2 men's singles semifinals. And of course, again, coming up after this, August Holmgren taking on Yuta Kikuchi. We'll have the doubles final for you after that as well. Oh, Ethan Quinn. Conversation as things, I think, get a little bit chippy. Michelsen, a word or two at the net. After that Ethan Quinn drop shot, I'll tell you what, tracking down drop shot after drop shot after drop shot. Nice ball. Back to the foundation for Michelsen. Big first serve, big +1, follow it forward. I do think moving forward, that's the gear he needs to find more consistently. Again, right now, the guy's a ball machine. Repetition off of both wings. Big roar. Max Michelsen holds for 4-3. Stops the momentum. I should say halts the momentum of Ethan Quinn, but Quinn's taken 3 of the last 4. And again, it was a 3-love lead for Michelsen, followed by 3 straight games for Ethan Quinn. Now 4-3 overall here. And again, Alex Gruskin. Excited our Cracked Rackets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit can continue. Coming up in our doubles finals, we'll start on the women's side. Faces we have seen compete quite frequently here on our Cracked Rackets YouTube channel over these past few weeks or over the years as well. We look at the women's doubles final coming up in about 25 minutes on Snapdragon Stadium Court. A couple of North Carolina teammates. Shout out to you, super producer Daniel Westoff, having them rock the blues as well. And you see them warming up behind here on court. Sarah Davatilla, former #1 college tennis player in the country, spent the past year as the volunteer assistant at North Carolina, partnering with her former teammate McKenna Jones, the #3 seeds, taking on last week's finalist in singles, 18-year-old Yae Yang. Of course, ascending Pepperdine senior, former Oklahoma State standout, San Diego State standout Bunyawe Timchaiwat. So again, Davatella Jones versus Timchaiwat and Yang. That's going to be your women's doubles final coming up 4 p.m. Eastern time. So top of the hour here on Snapdragon Stadium Court. Boy, am I going to say that a couple of times over the next hours. Four games all now. Pretty straightforward hold for Ethan Quinn. And I've been referring to these stats. Quinn under 50% for the majority of this match on the first serve. He's at 51% for what it's worth here in set number 3. Massive difference for Ethan Quinn, winning 72% of his first serve points, 13 of 18. He's 5 of 17 on the second serve points a week. He can find that first serve. He can cruise. has those sorts of weapons already. Again, had some opportunities in that last Alex Michelsen service game. We've been here before. 4-all once again. Meanwhile, that's the second serve. He did the same thing at the end of the first set, end of the second set. Quinn just got a little loose. A couple of returns of serve. And as much as you like the aggression, again, long-term, taking that second serve on the rise early, that's the play. But he's got to give himself some margin there. Smart play. Pressure-packed moment. I mean, do you love an underhand slice approach shot? I used to have a coach. So that shot hasn't worked since the 1970s. Shout out to you, Ed Nagel. But certainly, again, with Michelsen's limbs, body going everywhere during that point. Nice little off-speed, focus on the depth more than the power. Smart play. 15-all. Those of you watching our Cracked Racquets YouTube stream, remember this moment, 15-all. I want you all to go back, though. It was love 3, 15-40 for Ethan Quinn. Decides to play a ridiculously risky serve and volley backhand cross-court drop shot. He makes that for 30-40. It's an overhead winner for Deuce and has been a completely different player since. Now, that's a great serve from Michelsen, but that's what Michelsen has needed now here to play his best tennis. Ethan Quinn has stepped up again. Quinn, 18 years old, Michelsen, 17. Both of them going to be competing for the University of Georgia men's tennis team this season. I've liked what I've seen from both of these youngsters here today. Break point chance here for Ethan Quinn. Just the third break point chance for Quinn this set. Excuse me, now break point chance number 4 created. Quinn overall 5 of 9 on break points in the match. Smart. So smart from Alex Michelsen. Quickly identified. All right, Ethan's 5, 6, 7 feet behind the baseline. Let me just pinch forward here, sneak in. Forehand volley to the open court, executed flawlessly. That's a big roar. Break point chance. Michelsen does not love the call. His belief is that he missed the serve more than anything else. Again, was up 3-love here. Now, all of a sudden, Ethan Quinn will serve for the match. Again, coming up after this one, men's singles semifinal number 2, probably going to begin in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Excuse me, 5 to 10 minutes after this match concludes. They'll go pretty quickly here as they try to get things back on schedule. Certainly 2.5 hours, exactly what we've come to love here at Cracked Racquets. And Alex Gruskin, so excited to be on the broadcast here for the SoCal Pro Circuit. Again, so many people you have to thank who help make an event like this possible. Obviously, the USTA SoCal in particular, identifying the plethora of talented players in the region. Obviously, SoCal would argue they're the best junior section in the country. Shout out to Southeast Michigan. That's where I'll ride with till I die. But a lot of strength, obviously, in the SoCal juniors. Michelsen, Quinn epitomizing that fact, of course. Again, a shout out to our friends at the ITF. Wilson, been supporting tennis players everywhere for generations. Great to have Wilson as a supporting sponsor, whether it be the Clash, the Blade, you name it. Obviously, we all know what Roger Federer has done with a Wilson in his hand. Maybe you can become the next Roger Federer by switching to Wilson today. Certainly, Ethan Quinn, Alex Michelsen going to possess those sorts of aspirations in this early stage of your career when you can afford to still dream. Think that anything is possible. That's why it's so fun to watch these two compete. But again, early stages of their careers. You look for Ethan Quinn, made the final earlier this year, reaching that final, I believe, in Vero Beach, Florida, at the end of April. It's the only final in the career of Ethan Quinn, but again, has made now 3 semifinals here in 2022 on the pro circuit alone. Goes up a double fault with a big first serve tee for 15 all. Meanwhile, again, Alex Michelsen playing in just the 3rd pro main draw of his career, made a 25K quarterfinal back in March. One-upping that performance here by reaching his first professional semifinal. That was a poor choice. That was a bailout. Ethan Quinn feeling himself, finding the first serve when he needs it most, and now match points for the 18-year-old. A little on the run magic, and there's the embrace again. These two going to be teammates in Athens starting this September. Ethan Quinn, 6'4", 4'6", 6'4", the 18-year-old into the second professional singles final of his career. Again, on the flip side for the 17-year-old Michelsen, that's a valuable experience. And there it is. A little additional love between the two after the match. Certainly, again, you imagine Michelsen might come out on court to watch Ethan Quinn compete in the doubles final. But with that said, let's go back to me now. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, the star of the show here on the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Again, Alex Gruskin, so excited our Cracked Racquets team can be on the coverage here for some of the premier action we see this week in the United States. Of course, so fortunate to have 4 ITF events spread out across the country, to have 2 of them happening simultaneously here this week at the Barnes Tennis Center. That's all you can ask for as tennis fans. And of course, we here at Cracked Racquets, so privileged, so grateful to have the opportunity to be on the call for all of the action. Again, coming up next, top of the hour, will be the start of our women's doubles final. We'll lock in on that action as soon as it begins. Of course, we still have another men's singles semifinal to go, still have men's doubles action as well. One imagines they're going to get August Holgren, Yuta Kikuchi on court as quickly as possible to begin that play. Of course, until they do, we're going to take about a 5-minute break here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast. That said, we hope you stick with us as the action continues to deliver here in week 3. But for now, for super producer Daniel Westhoff and all of us here at Cracked Racquets, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You are watching our coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Again, be back in 5 minutes for the start of men's semifinal number 2 and the start of our women's doubles final. Hope you all stick with us. Welcome back, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Week 3 of the circuit now in the home stretch. Of course, it's another semifinal Saturday. We already have 3 players advancing to our singles finals. On the women's side, it's going to be 2 first-time finalists. McKenna Jones, the 24-year-old former NCAA doubles champ, going to take on former Oklahoma State standout McRae. In our men's singles draw, we just saw rising redshirt freshman at the University of Georgia knock out future teammate, class of 2023, by the way. So I was a year early. We won't see him next year. It'll be the year after. But Ethan Quinn, 3-set victory over future teammate Alex Michelsen. And now we get to our men's singles semifinal number 2. Couple of faces that will be familiar to those of you who have tuned into the SoCal Pro Circuit. The near side to serve first, 22-year-old Yuta Kikuchi. Kikuchi going to be a 5th-year senior, University of California, Berkeley. Next season, Kikuchi, top 100 player in the college tennis nation, went 10-10 at the #1 singles position last year. But of course, Kikuchi, finalist our SoCal Pro Circuit event in doubles last week. Partnered with future teammate Sid Banthia, but an early love 30 deficit here for Kikuchi as he takes on a player who has already earned a title here in the SoCal Pro Circuit. And it's interesting, the 1-week former University of San Diego All-American August Holmgren gets to compete at the University of San Diego. He's knocked out in the 2nd round. Last week, Holmgren knocked out straight sets by Adrian Boitan. He has bounced back this week. Holmgren knocking out last week's champion Duarte Valle in a 3-set quarterfinal victory. 2022 NCAA singles finalist, already a 15-30 lead as he again takes on the 22-year-old Kikuchi. Good bounce back for Kikuchi here, 430 all. Of course, Kikuchi, 3-set win himself yesterday. For Texas men's tennis standout CM Waldeep, Kikuchi having come through qualifying this week. Just to get into this main draw, has obviously made the most of his opportunity. And much like McKenna Jones, sees his double success from last week translating here to the singles. But still an early break point chance here for August Holmgren. Of course, quick note from super producer Daniel Westoff. No, we don't currently have the scoreboard up for you. Bit of a delay on the scoreboard end. If it's not started soon, we'll go manual. That's what super producer Daniel Westoff's able to do, folks. Best in the business. But here again, break point chance, 30-40, opening game of semifinal number 2. You think to serve? Okay, I was going to say something about that didn't seem right. And it's, in fact, it was a let. There's a delay in Kikuchi's split step after hitting the serve. That explains it, folks. So 30-40 again. First serve here, but a break point chance for Holmgren. I love that play. Absolutely love that play from Kikuchi. Everyone, me, you, anyone who's watched August Holmgren play, you think the natural inclination, well, you have to go to the one-handed backhand, right? He's too strong on that forehand wing. Oh, excuse me, it was 40-30, not 30-40. Misheard a call, I suppose, from the chair. So game number one goes to Kikuchi. Again, he takes the 1-love lead here to start. Can we bring up graphic now for you to Kikuchi? Super producer Daniel Westoff, I know you're looking for that scoreboard to kick off. But Kikuchi, 22 years old. Again, you see the wins for him this week over Waldeeb, Strode, and Jones. Good win over Van de Castile. Ji-Jung Ching as well. In the qualifying rounds, Kikuchi looking to get back inside the top 1,000, has actually made a futures final before, was all the way back in 2019. So we'll see what Kikuchi has in store. Meanwhile, 1-love currently leads 2022 NCAA singles finalist. And the man with arguably the best head of hair in all of tennis, August Holmgren. Just to complete the thought from earlier, as the changeover threw me off my rhythm. I loved that T serve from Kikuchi on the ad side, simply because we all know opponents are going to target the August Holmgren backhand. August knows it. Anyone who's watched him play know it. That serve, that forehand combination, so potent. That's why I like Kikuchi attacking the forehand at the start, saying, A, I'm not afraid. B, opening up that ad side of the court. If you're just going to monotonously attack that backhand wing, as you see there, Holmgren going to be able to sit on it, run around that ball, get to the ad side corner. But if you attack the open space on that forehand wing, now you've got an entire ad side of the court to play with. And so again, that's going to be the key for Kikuchi. Keep Holmgren honest. Don't allow him to play cheat over tennis from the ad side of the court. Yeah, so Holmgren goes long there for 15-30. Again, there will be times when there's just nothing you can do. But the kiss of death against August Holmgren is stagnation. The moment you become predictable, he pounces. That's 15-30 here. Meanwhile, doubles final, I believe, underway as well. Keep an eye out on that. All right, break point chances here for Kikuchi. All right, Holmgren broke it in his opening service game. 2-love Kikuchi. You tell me, super producer Daniel Westoff, is it time to go manual scoreboard? So So super producer Daniel Westoff informing me, still working on the scoreboard. I'll give you all the manual call for now. And as soon as, again, we have the scoreboard fixed, functioning, ready to go, we'll get that back up on screen. 2-love here for Kikuchi. Serve called wide here, opening point of the game. Backhand return sailed long, so 15-love now for Kikuchi. Brilliant. All Kikuchi had to do was make that volley, and again, Holmgren made it tough on him. Answering that on the run, forehand down the line, but Kikuchi, smart play, attacking the open court. Not getting stubborn, not getting lulled into that backhand exchange. 30-love now. Now 40-love here. Oh, I missed long there from Kikuchi, or wide. Just missed. So 40-15, though. Still 2 more game point chances. Of course, as you saw in our previous men's singles semifinal format for these matches, unlike college scoring, it's add scoring. So you play deuce, add in, add out, 6 center. Of course, this is the pros. 2 out of 3 full sets. Tiebreaker at 6-all. Good action from Kikuchi, holding his positioning on the baseline. 3-love lead now for the rising 5th year out of the University of California. Again, 3-love Kikuchi on that scoreboard. Meanwhile, now officially underway. And let's stay split screen if we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, because the moment we tune away from Kikuchi, Holmgren will lose track of the score. We don't want that to happen. So split screen for now. Let's go to our women's doubles final, also underway here. Shout out to you, super producer Daniel Westoff, able to keep that scoreboard underneath. So now we see women's doubles final on that Snapdragon Stadium court. I'd recognize the forehand of Sarah Davatila anywhere. Of course, Davatila, someone we affectionately refer to as the GOAT here on our Cracked Rackets college tennis platforms. Davatila, one of the most successful players, maybe the most successful women's tennis player of the past 5 years. Of course, finished her career in 2021 with an NCAA singles semifinal. Davatila now partnering with former UNC teammate McKenna Jones. Of course, you look overall, Davatila second in career singles victories at UNC, 149. tied with Haley Carter for the most All-American awards in program history. She's a 7-time All-American, Davitella. Of course, McKenna Jones, one of just 4 North Carolina players in history to rank top, to earn both 100 singles and doubles victories. So you're looking at why North Carolina women's tennis is where they are today. Certainly head coach Brian Kalbis, countless others deserve some credit, but perhaps no 2 people deserve more credit than Davitella and Jones, the number 3 seeds, 1-all right now. Let's take on an interesting duo, certainly. In last week's singles finalist, 18-year-old Ya Yang partnered with soon-to-be Pepperdine super senior Bunyawe Tim Chaiwat. Of course, Tim Chaiwat competed in the singles here this week. Knocked out in round number 2 by Kimmy Hance. Ya Yang knocked out in yesterday's quarterfinals. Catherine Aaliyah. As McKenna Jones splits the middle, deuce point coming up. Of course, in doubles, much like in college tennis, no ad scoring. Of course, difference 2 out of 3 sets. That third set a 10-point breaker. August Holmgren, by the way, on the board for 1-3. Davitella who takes the return. Boy, I'll tell you what, even when she won the 2021 doubles title, McKenna Jones did not have hands like this. She does now. And with that, she takes a 2-1, helps, splits the middle, draws the error, 2-1 break of serve lead for Davitella and Jones. We'll check back in on that match momentarily. Meanwhile, let's go full screen in our men's singles semifinal. Again, apologies for the scoreboard. Again, apologies. Scoreboard's still not on yet at the Barnes Tennis Center, so we're going to Emmanuel for you here. Eve 30 all now coming up here. Again, August Holmgren. Already a winner in the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit, earned his first singles title of his career 2 weeks ago in Rancho Santa Fe. Again, I love the play from Kikuchi. Just sitting, again, waiting for that approach shot to come. Does not make the obvious call and attack the one-handed backhand. Goes with talent, depth, follows the momentum into that Holmgren forehand wing. It pays dividends. So Kikuchi with the hold, 4-4-1. Keeps the one break lead here out in front, of course, very early. And if men's singles semifinal number 1 was any precursor, got ourselves a long way to go. So for now, again, 4-1 lead here. Kikuchi over Holmgren. We go split screen once again. As Tim Chaiwat and Ya Young making a bit of a push back here. And McKenna Jones winning her first ITF doubles title last week with Kimmy Hans, her partner today, Sarah Davatella. No doubles titles in the 24-year-old's career. Meanwhile, Bunyawe Kim Chaiwat, 3 doubles titles for her, all coming back in 2018. Her partner today, 18-year-old Ya Yang, competed in a bunch of different finals at the singles level, won her first singles title in Cairo earlier this season, does not have a doubles title to her name, and in fact is competing in what I believe is her first career doubles final today. So new experiences across the board. Right now it's a break point chance back. Meanwhile, again, August Holmgren serving 1-4, if you don't mind, super producer Daniel Westhoff. 1-4 for Holmgren, down a single break over in our men's semifinal. Double fault there. So we're back on serve 2-all. Again, 4-1 here. Kikuchi Holmgren will have that updated scoreboard for all of you momentarily. Super producer Daniel Westhoff is on the run. Trying to make it all happen. Frustration mounting early for August Holmgren as he faces a couple more breakpoint chances here. I believe 15-40 now is this first set just slipping away from him. Yeah, if you guys can hear him on your end, perhaps don't need me to do the commentary. August Holmgren letting you know about all sorts of frustrations he's accumulating. There's a nice hold from Tim Chaiwat and Young, 4-3-2. Let's go back here. I believe it's 5-1 Kikuchi now. Let's go full screen here as Kikuchi looks to close out set number 1. Again, we're about a half hour into the action, maybe less. No, he missed that wide? I think he did. Wow, again. The errors just piling up. Love now. Yes, that backhand pass was wide, so 30 love here for Kikuchi. He's 2 points away. So set points coming up for Kikuchi. Again, all due respect to Yuta Kikuchi. August Holmgren is just off. And you look for him. Again, played 6 matches in Champaign about a month ago. It's just been 4 consecutive weeks. Made NCAA finals. The next week wins a futures title. Last week, he only played 2 matches, but 4 more matches here this week. And Kikuchi's making quick work. Oh, no, okay. Serve miss, excuse me. I was going to say, that was too easy. All right. Second set point coming up here, 40-30. Okay, excuse me. So it is 5-2 here. Kikuchi did get the hold there. We must have missed some sort of miscommunication here. Again, we're flying a bit blind. Scoreboard's down right now at the Barnes Tennis Center. Can confirm 5-2, though, first set here. Apologies. Again, 5-2 Kikuchi. Let's go to our women's doubles final. Again, let's go full screen there. Tim Chaiwat, Young, 3 straight games now. It's going to be Jones on your deuce side here. Davatella on the ad. Correction on the call, so we're going to try that point again. By the way, I'll just say it because we're all thinking it. I will Venmo McKenna Jones for some sunscreen tomorrow. Red shoulders, epitomizing the heat we've seen this week in San Diego, makes what McKenna Jones has done. Getting to the finals in singles, reaching a 2nd consecutive doubles final as well. So impressive given the conditions, given she came through qualifying. Jones and Davatella happy to win the point twice. So love 15. Let's go split screen again. Don't want to too far behind for Holmgren and Kikuchi. Know that scoreboard still down there. Super producer Daniel Westhoff making waves. He just tries to prepare everything here for sets 2 and 3. Or potentially 3, excuse me. Love here for Holmgren. Meanwhile, love 30, Davatella Jones. Both players do such a good job taking those returns early on the rise. And for Tim Chaiwat and Young, that first serve going to be critical, as it always is in the doubles final. So we do apologize. Know that scoreboard a bit off there. There's an August Holmgren hold 4-3-5. So Kikuchi now going to have a chance to serve for the set. 5-3 lead. Meanwhile, break point chances for Davatella Jones to get back. And I say this with quotation marks around it, but on serve. As that Jones forehand return missed in the net. Chaiwat Young, Davatila Jones. Meanwhile, August Holmgren, all right, takes point number 1. And again, shout out to super producer Daniel Westoff. Manually adjusting the scoreboard here. Best in the business, folks. That's why you don't want to work with anyone else. Oh, August Holmgren taking the most of the net court opportunity. Love 30. 2022 NCAA singles finalist finally seems to wake up. Meanwhile, Davatila Jones get the break back. So 4-3, we're back on serve. Still it's the number 4 seeds, Tim Chaiwat Young up through the first half hour of play. Let's go full screen, Kikuchi Holmgren. Kikuchi, 22 years old, going to be a 5th-year senior next season for the Cal Golden Bears. I was going to say, August Holmgren, sneaky grinder. Not the case there. Good continued aggression from Kikuchi. That's been the difference for him here in this first set. Has done such an exceptional job attacking Holmgren from in every one of his service games. Excuse me. That's a freebie. Unforced error. Certainly given Holmgren's footing, had his weight behind that forehand. Is he going to go to a racket change here? No, just going to go walk and get the ball. I see. Now. I just love, again, the patterns here from Kikuchi. Uses the first inside-in forehand he hit to set up the next inside-out back forehand. Really find an ability to target that Holmgren backhand. Not just, again, force the ball to the ad side, but actually able to guarantee a Holmgren backhand there with his change of directions. Now set point. The 22-year-old Kikuchi. First set goes to Yuta Kikuchi. 6-3. He takes it over the highly ranked 2022 NCAA singles finalist, August Holmgren. That's a heck of a result for Kikuchi. Again, Kikuchi looking to reach his first professional final in singles since all the way back in 2019. 6-3. First set to August Holmgren. Obviously not 3-love there in the second. Do apologize. With that in mind, let's go over to our women's doubles final. It was 4-3 on serve when we last checked into the action happening over on Snapdragon Stadium court. Of course, as we head there now, Tim Chaiwat Young with the break back 4-5-3. Broken Davatilla and Jones in 3 of 4 service games here in set number 1. Now 2 points away from taking the first set. So first sets off the board here in our 4 o'clock matches. It's the lower seeded, lower ranked players in both matches. In our men's singles, Yuta Kikuchi 6-3 over August Holmgren. Here in doubles, Bunyawi Timchaiwa Yang 6-3 first set over the all North Carolina All-American duo of Davatilla and Jones. Of course, we still have one more match to go here on semifinal/championship Saturday. It's going to be our men's doubles final. Of course, that men's doubles final going to feature a couple of familiar faces. Certainly, we saw Ethan Quinn earlier today. The 18-year-old going to be feeling pretty good after he earned a 3-set victory over future Georgia teammate Alex Michelsen. He's partnered with Texas men's tennis standout Siem Waldeeb. They're taking on the top seeds, folks. Or excuse me, maybe the number 3 seeds. Lee Zhe, Yang Sung Hua. Of course, Lee Zhe was your number 2 seed in singles last week. So we had the privilege of seeing him on our stream, competing in last week's semifinals, was knocked out by the eventual champion, Duarte Valle. It's good to see that singles success translate back on the doubles court. But that's our final match, of course, here on semifinals Saturday. We'll have championship singles matches for all of you tomorrow. A happy early Father's Day to any of the fathers tuning into today's broadcast. I happen to be the father of a couple of podcasts, hoping that those podcasts get me a gift as I've nurtured them these past 5-6 years. Of course, again, to all of you, maybe you've got your Sunday morning, brunch lined up. Don't worry, folks. Our coverage will begin 2 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Plenty of time. Go enjoy your brunch. Maybe save a bagel or two just in case we get that in our singles championship. Certainly on the women's side, Megan McRae, McKenna Jones, each dropping just 1 game in their semifinal victories today. Obviously, right now, McKenna Jones looking to keep herself in contention for the title sweep here at the Barnes Tennis Center. Good aggression from Yang and Timchaiwat, and Yang, of course, never going to lack in firepower is the 18-year-old. So exceptional finding power from any location on the court. Of course, Bunyawi Timchaiwat, an All-American at Oklahoma State, All-American this season at San Diego State, and ranked as high as the top 500 in the WTA singles rankings. Again, has herself a pro doubles title in the past as well. Timchaiwat's such a well-rounded player, going to be absolute force to deal with at Pepperdine next season. August Holmgren pumping himself up. He holds at love to get set number 2 started still. 22-year-old Yuta Kikuchi. Don't want to say upset, although certainly you look for Holmgren here this week. Again, August now back inside the top 650, up to a new career high ranking, number 634 entering the week for the 24-year-old. Yeah, probably does consider himself the favorite, especially against another guy similar age who's competed in the college ranks. Meanwhile, the breaks of serve just continue for Davatila and Jones. Need to find some sort of grounds to, again, work a hold in, work their way, if they plan to work their way back into this match today. So again, Jones Davatila here just trying to gain a foothold in this second set, trying to respond with a break of their own here. Of course, again, McKenna Jones, one of just 4 players in North Carolina women's tennis history. Herself, Haley Carter, Jessie Annie. Of course, now Virginia women's tennis head coach Sarah O'Leary, the only 4 players with 100+ wins in singles and doubles during their collegiate careers. Davatila, second most singles wins. North Carolina women's tennis history. So you have two of the greats, folks, in the past decade of college tennis. Davatila, multiple-time national indoors most outstanding player. Her team earned a couple of those team titles throughout the course of her career. But big serving from Yang. 1540 becomes a deuce point, game point chance. Let's see. I'd go back to Davatila. I say, I dare you to hit that kick wide serve twice. That's why I'm here, folks, and they're there. They go to the hot player of the two, McKenna Jones. Deuce point coming up. Back on, excuse me. There's the break consolidated for Tim Chaiwat and Yang. So 6-3, 2-love now for the number 4 seeds. Let's go split screen. Again, enjoy both of our action. Go to deuce. It's a break point fought off by Kikuchi. He's yet to be broken here. Oh, excuse me. That looks like a game, super producer Daniel Westoff. So 1-1 now. Apologies again. Scoreboard down on court number 10. So we're having to rock manual here as we try to monitor multiple courts of action. Ooh, again, tough miss there for Yang. But this feels like the linchpin game. If you're Tim Chaiwat and Yang, with the success they've had breaking serve, you can just extend that double break lead to 3-love. Oh boy. All sorts of scoreboard pressure then. Meanwhile, again, Jones Davatila trying to stay alive right now at 1530. Meanwhile, game point chances here for Holmgren. Tries to keep things steady and level. That's a heck of a cross from Yang, just moving fluidly, swinging freely. Now 3 break point chances for the 4 seeds. Take a double break lead in set number 2. Meanwhile, Holmgren holding for 2-1. Oh, that's so good. So good from Yang. The moment she saw Davatila go to the open slice grip, she immediately pinched over. Easy backhand, short angle volley, 6-3 love now. Chaiwat and Yang with the lead, of course, coming up here in the SoCal Pro Circuit. Actually, a week off next week. We'll give everyone time, get some rest on their legs. Certainly, you think of players like August Holmgren, Duarte Valles, McKenna Joneses, Yangs of the world, Bunyawi Chaiwats, who have competed each and every week here, making the most of these Pro Circuit playing opportunities. But we got a week off next week. Then we begin the Los Angeles portion of this SoCal Pro Circuit swing. We go to the Kramer Club, June 27th through the 3rd, Fountain Valley, July 4th through the 10th. Meanwhile, here we are here. Was that a Kikuchi break in the last game, super producer Daniel Westhoff? I thought it was a Holmgren hold. Maybe I'm wrong. You've been watching more closely than I have. Oh, that's so good. So 15-all now here. Again, August Holmgren still looking for his first break of the 22-year-old Yuta Kikuchi. Again, for August Holmgren, a lot of matches over the past month. About anyone's body, you play 17 matches in about 28 days. Again, Holmgren's really only extended time off his early loss last week, second round to Adrian Boitan. It's really the only time in the past month he's had 4 or 5 days to himself with no tennis on the line. There's the fire we've come to expect from August Holmgren. Steps into that center third forehand. Blistering pace and weight behind that ball draws the Kikuchi errors. Now Holmgren, here's a scoreboard opening for him, 15-30. Meanwhile, again, Yang, Bunyawi, Tim Chaiwat just in cruise control right now. What a day for former Oklahoma State women's tennis players.
Right here, right here.
Another break point chance here for Holmgren, 30-40. Look at the defensive return positioning. That's interesting to me. Would expect to see him step up here. More than anything else, look to run around, hit that inside out or inside in forehand return. More than anything, just look for the Holmgren forehand here. Yeah, frustration's mounting for Holmgren, yelling at himself about what he's going for on that ball. So now game point chance. Can Kikuchi dig himself? It just feels like Holmgren's been tentative. Yeah, I understand that frustration. The August Holmgren we've seen, not only throughout his court run to the NCAA singles final, which of course I was fortunate enough to be on the broadcast for, but throughout the course of this match, I think we can count on one hand how many winners August Holmgren has hit. That forehand just not penetrating the court right now. It's all on Kikuchi's terms. Holds for 2-all. Meanwhile, can we go back to split screen once again? Closing in. Oh, never mind. How about that? Nice little swing for Davatella Jones. That's what I was going to say. This deuce point critical, almost a de facto match point. And Davatella and Jones get a much needed hold. Still down a break. Boy, 4-1, 2 breaks of serves. Really a single hold. Just felt like it was too much. So 3-2 there. We can go back full screen. Holmgren, Kikuchi here, 2-3. good jam. So Holmgren just looking to keep pace here. If nothing else, the first serve does seem to be getting him out of repeated jams. So Holmgren with the hold, stays in front 3-2 here. Set number 2 again, Alex Gruskin, excited to be steering the ship. We go back to our women's doubles finals, where we are back on serve. 3 straight games from the number 4 seeds, Tim Chaiwat and Yang, to start the second set. But Davitella and Jones, survival instincts have kicked in. And again, McKenna Jones, winner of last week's doubles title at the 15K event at the University of San Diego. You look for Jones and Davitella this week, have yet to drop a set prior to today's final. Obviously, gone about doing so here today. And honest to God, that's the first forehand poach volley I've seen McKenna Jones hit since the first set. Not meant to discredit her effort. The opportunities have just been few and far between. Fantastic depth from Davitella to keep the ball deep cross, not prevent an easy attacking opportunity. Jones made the most of it. 4-15 love. Credit to Tim Chaiwat and Yang, though. Every time Davitella and Jones have made a push, they have quickly responded. And from a firepower perspective, I'll take the firepower of Yang over just about anyone in this SoCal Pro Circuit. So explosive is the 18-year-old from Chinese Taipei. Oh! After this point, super producer Daniel Westhoff, I'll ask you to go split screen here. Again, August Holmgren does seem to slowly but surely be finding some footing in our men's semifinal number 2. Right now, Kikuchi. Game point chances here for 40 Love, the 22-year-old. University of Cal Berkeley, just so efficient. Everything he's done here today. And after all of that effort, still Tim Chaiwadanyang 4-3 lead, although we are, excuse me, is that a hold or a break? Might have been a break there. So they're back out in front 4-4-3, meanwhile 6-3-3 all. Alex Gruskin here, week number 3 in our SoCal Pro Circuit. A reminder, can we quickly, super producer, do we have those graphics of our week 1 men's winners? Don't want them quite yet. If you don't mind having those in the queue here, just want to offer a reminder to everyone tuning in. If we can we pull up those week 1 singles winner? Just a reminder, August Holmgren, and the success he has had here in this SoCal Pro Circuit. August Holmgren, again, in cruise control now in his service games, does seem to have found some +1 rhythm, and with that takes a 4-3 lead. We'll go back to our women's doubles action, but first a reminder, August Holmgren earning the first pro title, singles title, I should say, of his career in week 1 of this SoCal Pro Circuit. 4-4 victory for him over former UCLA standout Gage Breimer. Holmgren also won the doubles title in Rancho Santa Fe, partnering with Alex Kosmanov, one of our most exciting matches of the circuit, as they won a 21-19 third set tiebreaker. To clinch that championship match. Meanwhile, again, after all of that work, McKenna Jones down a break again, and now 40-15 here. Tar Heels looking to stay alive, but right now, Tim Chaiwadanyang, just too much firepower. Jones' return goes just long, so 5-3 now. Tim Chaiwadanyang 1 game away. And again, Bunyawi Timchaiwat, fascinating career. Timchaiwat, 23 years old, has been ranked as high as 631 in the WTA doubles rankings back in 2018. Perhaps most impressively was ranked as high as 410 in the singles rankings back in 2018 as well. Made the decision to head to college. Oklahoma State, San Diego State. Success wherever she's gone. Now, of course, we'll be headed to Pepperdine for her final year of collegiate tennis. How about that little sneaker from Davitella? A little two-handed backhand down the line scoop. To the heels for Love 15. 15 Love, excuse me. McKenna Jones, of course. Going to be competing in tomorrow's women's singles final. Had a couple of players had opportunities to earn the sweep. Nice swinging volley from Davitella. Certainly week one on the women's side. Holmgren earns the sweep. Maria Kazireva, recent St. Mary's graduate, came 1/3 set breaker away from earning the singles and doubles sweep. Trying to think about last week. Did Yae Young or Snohan come close? I don't think so. I think last week was the first week where we weren't particularly close, but certainly Ethan Quinn alive this week on the men's side for the sweep. McKenna Jones still alive for now for the sweep as well. All right, Jones and Davitella, stay alive. But when we come back, Bunyawi Timchaiwat, Young going to serve for the doubles title. Let's go split screen. Or if you don't mind, super producer Daniel Westoff, just keep an eye on that action. And when it does return, I appreciate that. He will go split screen for us. But Kikuchi, money on serve as he's been all match long. Still yet to be broken. 6-3, 4-all now. 22-year-old out in front, of course. August Holmgren, his last service game coming at Love. Interesting to note, it's not different color socks. Holmgren rocking that left ankle brace. All right, 4-all there. Super producer Daniel Westoff going to keep an eye on that Holmgren. Oh, wow. Holmgren Kikuchi match. Meanwhile, Bunyawi Timchaiwat had 2 overheads she wanted. Boy, was that fascinating. McKenna Jones ran all the way around that ball to hit an inside-out forehand bump lob. Big roar from Ya Yang. Certainly, again, that was a floater. That's tough backhand volley. The backhand volley always is, but it's when you expect Jones to make 7, 8 out of 10 times. Maybe even more. That's a great split down the center. And now 3 championship points. Bunyawe Timchaiwat. Ya Young. Not yet. Nice return of serve. 40-30. Swinging volley from Davatilla. You knew we'd get one of those before this match was over. And now 2 match points erased. Still a 3rd match point that doubles as a break point. Could not imagine better drama here on Snapdragon Stadium Court. Wasn't easy, but a big T serve leads to the hug. Ya Young, Bunyawe Timchaiwat, 6-3, 6-4. Your week 3 SoCal Pro Circuit Women's Doubles Champions here at the Barnes Tennis Center. And for Ya Young, who had come so close to the singles title last week, gotta feel nice to get in title town here in this San Diego portion of SoCal Pro Circuit. So, of course, again, McKenna Jones, we'll see you again tomorrow, as she'll compete in the singles final on Megan McRae. Now we go over to men's singles semifinal number 2. And, of course, still 1 match to go here tonight. Men's doubles final coming up next. Now we lock in here on Holmgren Kikuchi. Holmgren throwing in the second serve, draws the error from Kikuchi, who swings big. Still no breaks of serve here in set number 2, 6-3, 4-5. Yuta Kikuchi, 22-year-old rising senior, University of Cal Bears. Again, 6-3, 4-5 for Kikuchi. Coming up next, men's doubles final, our final match of the day. Should be a fun one, folks. As again, we're going to see Ethan Quinn back on court. Quinn going to be competing in tomorrow's doubles final, singles final as well. For now, Quinn partnering with Texas standout Siem Waldib. Taking on the top seeds, Zhu Yang Tsung-hua. Number 1 seeds have faced all sorts of drama this week, winning 3rd set breakers in all 3 of their matches. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Quinn, Waldib, drama for them as well. Both of these teams 6-0 on the week, all 6 matches go into third set super breakers. So perhaps that's some foreshadowing for what we can expect in our final match. Meanwhile, we go back to court. August Holmgren, week 1 SoCal Pro Circuit singles and doubles champ, the only player to sweep both titles in a single week here thus far. 1 game away from forcing a third set. That said, Yuta Kikuchi, the 22-year-old, has been dynamite on serve. Not only having success playing through that Holmgren backhand, but fearlessly targeting the Holmgren forehand as well, just being the aggressor he needs to be. Still, we know how fast momentum can change in tennis. 4-5 here. Holmgren going long there. 4-15 love. So 30-15 now here for Kikuchi. All righty. A little bit of an opening here for August Holmgren again. Has yet to break serve in this match. 30-all now for Kikuchi. Set point Holmgren. Just the twist we needed here. Another semi-final Saturday on the SoCal Pro Circuit. Oh, just wide there is Holmgren going big on that forehand. That's been the ball traditionally. Again, the 2022 NCAA singles finalist, so exceptional throughout the course of his final collegiate season. First player since 05-06 to reach the NCAA singles final for San Diego, went 18-4 in dual match play, 15-2 in tournament play in singles. Dipper there to get us back to deuce. Again, credit to August Holmgren, who has not had his best tennis today, and yet just competitively so spirited, so tenacious. Continuing to find ways to just stay alive here. Deuce point again for Kikuchi. And then every time August seems to have found some sort of footing, Kikuchi does that. Again, does Kikuchi overwhelm you with anything he does? When you watch him play, do you think, okay, there's a serve bot. He's got Taylor Fritz-like power from the ground. He's, an Alex de Minaur type mover. I don't think we'd say any of those characteristics apply for Kikuchi. 22-year-old is very good at everything. Again, not sure of the ceiling. I very much like the floor. Another game point for him for 5-all. Go back. And another advantage for Kikuchi. If nothing else, Kikuchi is relentless. Continuing to press forward. Standing aggression and patience, and then the little flare of athleticism. Can't emphasize enough how difficult falling back overhead can be. Particularly, again, 2:40 p.m. Pacific time, sunshine raining down upon both of these players. Hell of a hold from the 22-year-old Kikuchi, 4-5 all. Bat forehand approach right there. That's why Kikuchi's in the position he is, just not playing Holmgren any differently. Despite the Holmgren one-handed backhand, despite the tendency for opponents to pick on that ad side of the court, if Kikuchi sees an opening, he's taking it. Again, 6-3, 5 all, 15 all. August finding the outer edge of the sideline with that forehand. And yet again, do you feel like Holmgren's found much rhythm in this match? When August is playing at his best, it feels like he really is typically dictating out of that ad side corner. How few inside-in forehand winners have we seen? Certainly more here on serve in set 2. And now August Holmgren. 6-5 lead here in set number 2. 6 consecutive holds in this second set. 11 consecutive holds in total, I should say, between the two players here in set 2. Very much looking like the men's singles semifinal. Competitive nature we expected it to be. With that in mind, again, one more match still to come here today. Be our men's doubles final coming up next. Ethan Quinn, Siam Waldeep taking on our top seeds for the event. Meanwhile, tomorrow, and if we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, can you bring up the McKenna Jones graphic for us now? 24-year-old McKenna Jones, 947 in the current ranking. She'll be back inside the top 900 with her results today. Has yet to drop a set, comes through qualifying. 0-1 victory today over Catherine Alia. Again, Jones may have lost that doubles final, but first pro singles final of her career, an unequivocal success for the former UNC All-American. Of course, for Jones coming up in that singles final tomorrow. Let's take on Megan McRae McRae, 26-year-old, also competing in her first professional singles final, was ranked as high as number 747 in the world. Now has not played much pro tennis over the past 18 months, but refinding her form here in the SoCal Pro Circuit. And again, reaching her first career pro singles final with her own 0-1 victory today. Now, of course, these two players still looking to clinch their spot in the final, clinch a matchup against 18-year-old and doubles finalist Ethan Quinn. Kikuchi serving up a set, 5-6 here in set number 2. Uh-oh. All of the sudden, August Holmgren, 2 set points. To force the third set. Was a 3-set victory for Holmgren yesterday over Duarte Valle. 3-set victory yesterday for Kikuchi as well. He knocked off doubles finalist CM Waldeeb. Forehand in the net for 30-40. So 1 set point fought off. Just long from Holmgren. On the inside in forehand, so we're back to deuce. I won't lie, I enjoyed watching that winner in slow motion. Now, we do apologize. We're well aware. Cameras right now a little bit funky. Going slow-mo every 15 seconds. I assure you that is not a choice by super producer Daniel Westhoff. That's San Diego heat. Just again, trying to make sure these cameras are still awake and functioning, I suppose. But again, Kikuchi able to dig himself out of a little bit of a hole. Chance to force the breaker. Not yet. And again, we do apologize for this slow motion on the cameras. So we're back to deuce here. Another set point for August Holmgren. And again, working on the tech side, I promise. Let's focus on the match at hand, the battle at hand. Certainly have to be impressed by the persistence of August Holmgren, who you have to imagine more than once in his college career, as many victories as he earned, learned how to win with not playing his best tennis. He is not playing his best tennis right now. But the defense leads to the missed inside-out forehand. So August Holmgren survives and forces a third set here in our men's singles semifinals. So what we're going to do here, super producer Daniel Westhoff, can we take a 3-minute break as we wait for the start of set number 3? You see Kikuchi leaving the court. Holmgren may have already left the court as well. Believe that men's doubles final is going to start at the top of the hour on our stadium court. So let's take a 3-minute break, super producer Daniel Westhoff. Fix the cameras here on our end. 5:54 here East Coast time, 2:54 Pacific. The perfect time regardless of where you are. Go grab a snack. Go grab a water bottle, but then get your butt back in your seat as we still got action here on week 3 of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Alex Gruskin and our Cracked Racquets team. So excited to cover all of the action again. 7-5 set to August Holmgren. We're going the distance here in men's singles semifinal number 2. Again, let's take a 3-minute break, super producer Daniel Westhoff, and we will be right back with the action. You're watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the SoCal Pro Circuit Week 3 at the Barnes Tennis Center. Alex Gruskin. It's been a 3-set day of men's singles semifinals. Again, if you're just joining us, where have you been all day? 6 p.m. Eastern time. Perhaps you're sitting around the dinner table looking to enjoy some late night tennis. Thankfully, we've got that for you here on the East Coast. 6 p.m. now, 6:01 on the clock. Father's Day weekend. What brings families together better than ITF Pro Circuit tennis? Certainly, August Holmgren's done a lot of bringing people together over the years, particularly San Diego area tennis fans. The All-American 2022 NCAA singles finalist. Currently finds himself here again, I believe 40-15. Super producer Daniel Westoff, 40-15 game point chances here for Holmgren to open up set number 3. And that's just disciplined hitting from Kikuchi. Patient, held that ball on his racket until the very last moment. Holmgren guesses incorrectly. 40-30, though, another game point chance here for the Dane. Good wheels from Kikuchi. Holmgren starting to finally find the +1 tennis that has taken him into the top 700 for the first time in his career. August Holmgren, 1-love hold to kick off set number 3. Of course, again, Alex Gruskin here. Excited to steer our coverage. 1-love now. August Holmgren here. Third set, of course, men's doubles final still to come as well. It's Leege, number 1 seed. And it sounds like we have action on our stadium court. Super producer Daniel Westoff. I believe warm-ups underway in that doubles final. So we'll have some simultaneous tennis for all of you over the next hour, 2 hours or so. And how did we get to this point of the match? Yuta Kikuchi, an early break of Holmgren. I believe it was game number 2 in that first set. Went up a 2-love lead, held on to that match. The rest of the way. Only the 1 break of serve for Holmgren so far in the match came in that 5-6 service game. Just Kikuchi fell off a bit there. A couple of unforced errors piling up for him. And that's the pattern for Kikuchi that allowed him to have so much success. Do you mind changing that serving moniker for us? Super producer Daniel Westoff. Kikuchi here serving 15-love. Thank you for that. But for Kikuchi, the first set, he was so willing to attack the August Holmgren forehand. Of course, Holmgren, again, he's misfired. If we looked at the unforced error count, don't have the official number in front of me, but he must be at least -10 in the winner to unforced error ratio here today. 30 love now for Kikuchi as Holmgren goes long on that return. And that's been the key here. Again, Kikuchi's earned a lot of free points off the unforced errors coming off the racket of August Holmgren. Now that's a heck of a return. And so 30-15 now here for Kikuchi Holmgren. And doubles is officially underway, getting warmed up over on Snapdragon Stadium Court. Arguably the best name in all of tennis. So 40-15 here, Kikuchi looking to steady this trip. After, again, he blinked once. There was one blink so far for Kikuchi. Now, that's how thin the margins can be at this level, but he blinked once. And all of a sudden, August Holmgren found himself with the second set. Still 40-15 here for Kikuchi. So 40-30 now here. Kikuchi holds 4-1 here, set number 3. Get men's doubles final underway now on center court. Keep an eye on that action. As soon as it starts, we'll go to split screen, actually. Let me know, super producer Daniel Westhoff, as soon as it does. Don't even need to wait for me. You can just make that jump. All right, 15-all now here for Holmgren Kikuchi. Meanwhile, apologies. Quick update on our production side. Some camera difficulties right now on center court. So yes, men's doubles final underway. It's Quinn partnering again. See him Waldeep taking on your top seeds, Leja, Yang Sung Hwa. Unfortunately, some camera difficulties right now on center, so we're going to stick here for now. 30-15 now. 30 all now. The double fault from Holmgren. Haven't been many of those here in today's match. And apologies, no scores, no stats for you. Scoreboard's just currently down at the Barnes Tennis Center.
Fuck!
So an early break point chance for Kikuchi. So we head back to deuce. Holmgren able to find some much needed goods. And deuce point here now. Big serving from August Holmgren. Sets up a game point here. And again, only one break of serve. I keep emphasizing that fact. Thin margins right now. Separating August Holmgren, recent graduate of the University of San Diego. To Kikuchi, rising senior, Cal Berkeley. Oh, Yuta, behave. I think Kikuchi thought he missed on that first stretch forehand. It was a late reaction to track down that August Holmgren cross-court forehand approach, but to Kikuchi, he's the survivor. Now we go back to deuce. Break point coming again here. keep reiterating it. I don't know what the ceiling is for Yuta Kikuchi. Here's a guy who has no glaring vulnerability, though. You think, okay. Now it's break point again here for Kikuchi. Can Holmgren find another big first serve here? So rarely it feels like his Holmgren. It just, again, it doesn't feel like he's in rhythm. It's another missed first serve. I love that play. Love that play from Kikuchi, actually, to just sneak a little pressure. Force August Holmgren to do something special. Now, as he so frequently does, the 24-year-old Holmgren comes up with the goods on that pass. And if you have any qualm, you might say, well, if Kikuchi gets that ball to the backhand, it's a different story. He came damn near close. And I love the aggression, the playing to win. Still, good stuff from Holmgren. Back to deuce. Interesting. Holmgren does seem to be targeting that backhand wing for Kikuchi. Trying to organize the patterns he likes most. Hitting forehands from that ad side of the court. Inside out, inside in. Probably the most effective pattern in the August Holmgren bag of tricks. Of course, most frequently those patterns start behind a good first serve. Take one here. Game point for 1-all. August Holmgren. 2-1 hold. Wasn't easy. Wasn't always the cleanest. So 2-1 lead now for the 24-year-old Holmgren. If we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff, I know the camera's playing, or excuse me, I know we don't have a scoreboard, but just want to show that men's doubles final. Now we are working, giving you guys an update on the action. The last thing in the world we want is for you to be flying blind. Near side of your screen, it's Quinn. See him wall deep. Quinn competing in his first ATP doubles final, or excuse me, ITF doubles final. Just his fourth main draw of his career in doubles. Meanwhile, for Waldeep, first final for him as well. Fifth main draw, though, overall for the 21-year-old Waldeep, who, of course, has got a couple of years of eligibility left at the University of Texas. Sounds like we've got a deciding point coming up here. They're going to like to go to Waldeep. Waldeep, Quinn, 3 3-set victories so far this week. As they take on top seeds, Julie, Young. Forehand return missed just wide? Or is this an overrule? Oh, there's an overrule. Interesting. So we're going to try that again. splitting of the middle from Quinn and Waldeep, and I believe that's an opening break for the unseeded pairing. Indeed it is. So there's a little chemistry. Perhaps somewhere in the recesses of his mind, Bruce Burke thinking, maybe I can convince Siam to convince Ethan Quinn to come on over to Texas. Of course, Quinn going to be a rising redshirt freshman next year. Meanwhile, again, 15-all here now. Kikuchi, Holmgren. We're going to do our best to keep you updated on that doubles action. Talk to our sources on the ground, get you guys scoreboard updates. Monitor, of course, everything as it happens here at the Barnes Tennis Center. Huge thank you to people like Chris Boyer, the USTA SoCal, again, for helping us facilitate all of this coverage. Kikuchi. That's the ball he was making in the first set. Into the net there. 30 small opportunity now opened for August Holmgren. Continued aggression. Break point chance in set number 3 for Holmgren. The return Kikuchi wanted. Another opportunity coming up for Holmgren, and now he is playing more confidently. He is moving forward. Obviously helps if you can hear it in the background. I know it's quiet, but he does have a subsection of fans there, and of course we're still in the San Diego community. San Diego always going to have respect for a Torero who brought them an NCAA singles finals appearance. Another break point chance for Holmgren. Very defensive in his return positioning. No wonder Holmgren's choosing to avoid that. Kikuchi forehand ripped on a dime. Just taken early up the rise there from Kikuchi. So smooth in everything he does. And he may not have demon hour quickness, but no one will accuse Yuta Kikuchi of lacking athleticism, fluidity, speed. It's a good return, good depth from Holmgren, but better patience. Kikuchi didn't panic. Match point coming up. Oh, the slider was gorgeous. Haven't seen a backhand slice passing shot work that effectively since roughly Ken Rosewall, the 1972 Australian Open. Good hands from Kikuchi to find the angle. Not much more he could do with that ball. And how low Holmgren was able to keep it, but man, a couple of on-the-run stabs Holmgren's had looks at. Better execution from Kikuchi. Game point chance for 2-all. Yuta Kikuchi, do not leave him a sitting forehand. I think Holmgren fell off the back foot a bit there, just was so disciplined in avoiding that side now. Unable to avoid it there, Kikuchi. Holding 4-2-all here in set number 2. So here's the question now. Holmgren escaped a tough service game, held for 2-1, earned himself some break point chances, then Kikuchi returned the favor. So the question here now, of course, how does August Holmgren respond after the tough Kikuchi hold? Well, that first serve will certainly do the trick. So 30-15 here now for Holmgren's found a couple of first serves early. Serve there, obviously. Kikuchi able to attack. That's a brilliant pass. Again, good depth from Kikuchi. Not sure he chose the right ball to come in there behind. That was a little bit forced. Certainly adventurous. I suppose it does help to break up that Holmgren rhythm. Try not to let him just sit comfortably. Holmgren with the hold, 4-3-2. Here, the San Diego crowd cheering him on. Meanwhile, we're back here, men's doubles finals. Do apologize. So I believe it's 5-3 is what we just heard from the chair. Now again, we saw a break of serve from Waldeeb and Quinn. Ooh, August Holmgren. Creativity there. The run backhand lob gets over the head of Kikuchi. Ball. Smart play from Yuta Kikuchi as well. He had attacked that forehand as a forehand inside in. I've praised him for it repeatedly. Holmgren started cheating over towards that do side as well. And again, that's a credit to Kikuchi now because the first two sets he targeted that do side. He now has afforded himself the luxury to go back to that ad. Just has Holmgren a little bit frozen with that approach shot, 15-all. Kikuchi continues to press forward. August Holmgren has never had a break of serve lead. That's the first time Kikuchi's gotten predictable. Tried to open things up there on the approach shot, but again, credit to Holmgren, who's faced that pattern. Heavy forehand into his backhand wing, heavy forehand into his backhand wing, over and over again. Oh, no. I believe that ball landed good. Advantage goes to Kikuchi. Another dramatic hold for 3-alls. And if I'm Yuchik Kikuchi. I'm asking, what do I have to do to win a point? Is that what it's going to take here on serve? Great hustle from Kikuchi. Just extend the rallies out of the corner, the backhand stretch slice. Alrighty, again, this has been the key. Anytime it feels like Holmgren's had a chance, Kikuchi has responded. Now, again, each of these players have fought off the break points they faced here in set number 3. Only one break for each player to this point in the match, but obviously a significant break point chance of the match here coming up for Yuta Kikuchi. Huge serve. So here we go, deuce point, or excuse me, back to deuce now. Holmgren with the hold, 4-4-3, still somehow on serve, despite all the opportunities we've seen unfold. Now we go back to our men's doubles final. Again, flying blind here. Apologies, I don't have a scoreboard update for you all. Scoreboard down at the Barnes Tennis Center. 4-3 on serve in the third between Holmgren and Kikuchi. Of course, winner of that match going to face Ethan Quinn, who you see on the ad side of your screen here, near side of your screen. Quinn going to rock what I call the Jensen Brooksby outfit, right? Doesn't he look like Brooksby from the back there? Gray shirt, shortish shorts. Partnered, of course, with CM Waldeep. Now, nice hands from Quinn. Quinn going to put his hands on his head. If you're not poaching, you're not trying. Love the move. Love the aggression. Good stick by the top seed, certainly. We go back now to our men's singles semifinal. August Holmgren, Yuta Kikuchi. I say the last 5 service games have been escapes. Multiple break point chances for each player. Neither able to convert thus far. Yeah, look, Holmgren's always had a monologue going in this match, and that's a feature of August Holmgren. A lot of energy. Energy sometimes has to manifest itself with a long, again, chat, pause. Comes with the energy, of course, that he picked up in the college tennis world as well. Ball goes long, 15-all. And credit to August Holmgren, who on these return games, what's been the difference here in set 3 and towards the back half of set number 2? Look where he's returning from. 12 feet behind the baseline. Focusing on generating depth on his return more than trying to pick any spot or be the aggressor right now on that return. Just trying to get things back to neutral. Trying to avoid an easy Kikuchi forehand approach. Off of that return to serve as well. But Kikuchi just keeps finding different ways to attack. Another way, super producer Daniel Westoff, 30-15 here for Kikuchi. Looks like that slice sent long off the racket of August Holmgren. So 40-30 coming up now for Yuta Kikuchi. Yeah, missed wide from August Holmgren. So there's the first relatively straightforward hold we've had in quite some time. Kikuchi holds 4-4 all here. Business end of the third set. Alex Gruskin so excited, our Cracked Racquets team. All right, first point Holmgren. Team love for the San Diego Torero. And August Holmgren, your 2022 NCAA singles finalist. He's the first player since Pierre Casern in 2005 to reach the NCAA singles final out of the University of San Diego. Of course, again, for August Holmgren, kicks off his full-time pro career with a title in Rancho Santa Fe. Tough loss last week to another top 5 ITA guy in Adrian Boitan. No shame in that loss, certainly. And that point right there, and these 2 points, and more broadly, the service games we've seen, I would say, over the past hour, that's the August Holmgren we've all come to know. Dictating with the first serve, stepping inside the baseline, whether it be ad side, do side, to attack and move in behind that forehand. Yeah, he spent a lot of time in San Diego, but the aggression you see Holmgren leads. 24-year-old's gotten more and more comfortable in every service game he's played. Meanwhile, here's your first look near side of your screen against Leger. 35 years old. Here's a stat for you on top seed. Liege won a title at the ITF level in doubles every season from 2005 to 2019, except for 2006. So again, 2007 to 2019, Li won at least one pro doubles title in every season. And that for what, 13 consecutive years? Just a ridiculous amount of success. We can't count them out of this match, of course. Look for Li hasn't won a title since back in 2019, has dealt with various different injuries. Subsequent 18 months, of course, playing this week with Hua-Young Sung. Duo played together the first week of this San Diego SoCal Pro Circuit stretch. Out in the first round there, obviously into the finals on three-set victories here today. Meanwhile, Yuta Kikuchi serving now to stay alive. Here comes the crowd. And August Holmgren not going to have many opportunities to play in the San Diego area moving forward. Of course, we're all excited to see professional tennis back to San Diego. Had an ATP event last season. We have a WTA event here in San Diego this fall as well. But that's why these 3 weeks have been so enjoyable to see countless players. August Holmgren, of course, Jacob Brum, doubles champion last week from the Rancho Santa Fe area. So many different players thoroughly enjoying, again, this opportunity on the SoCal Pro Circuit to make a name for themselves, make a professional tennis push. Again, for August Holmgren, here in the SoCal Pro Circuit alone, looking for his 10th victory in 11 matches. All right, August Holmgren creating a small opportunity here. Now, both of these players have had opportunities. 12 break point chances have come and gone for both in total here in set. Welcome back, everyone. Apologies for that quick delay. Shout out to August Holmgren. Yes, we may have missed it, but Holmgren, a credit to the 2022 NCAA singles finalists. Holmgren ultimately closes out a 3-set victory. I know we're flying a bit blind here. Here's what I can tell you about this men's doubles final. First set, first set goes to Hua-Yang Sung and Lee Zhe, 6-3 first set. And I believe that right there was the second set, going to Waldeep and Ethan Quinn. So we will have a third set tiebreaker to decide our men's doubles final. Again, apologies for the lack of connectivity here down the home stretch. If you're just joining us, what a, I think strange is the best word I can turn to here. Day of tennis on week 3 of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Of course, it started out with just, I'll say it, puzzling women's singles semifinal results. Now, McKenna Jones today was a stud, just a superstar in her 6-love, 6-1 victory. And for the 24-year-old now into her first professional singles final. What a moment for McKenna Jones. Again, was just exceptional in a 6-love, 6-1 victory over Catherine Aaliyah, the 18-year-old from Australia. Of course, Megan McRae going to be McKenna Jones's opponent. The 26-year-old qualifier here this week, also 0-1 over Catherine Hui. So again, it's going to be 2 qualifiers in our women's singles final. Megan McRae going to take on McKenna Jones. August Holmgren with his 3-set victory going to take on Ethan Quinn, who you see here, 0-0, third set breaker, doubles tie on the line. All right, 1-love for the top seeds. Again, how do these third set breakers work? First to 10, win by 2. Switch sides every 6 points. Far side of your screen, Li Jie partnered with Hua Young Sung. 1-love for the top seed. So serving here, love 1 is Ethan Quinn. Quinn sails that forehand long, so 2-love, early mini break lead. Going to the top seed. This is fitting, right? In each of the 6 victories, these 2 teams needed to get to this men's doubles final. All 6 of them decided by third set super breakers. That's how thin the margins are in professional doubles. That's a nice serve from the 18-year-old Ethan Quinn. So now 2-1 still, mini break lead to Yang and Lee. Yes, super producer Daniel Westoff, top seeds. Li Jie, Hua Young Sung, 2-1 lead. He's out wide there for 3-1. And you see, shout out to super producer Daniel Westoff making this scoreboard functional. Those 2 1s on the right side of the scoreboard symbolizing it's 1 set apiece. Deciding third set breaker here, 3-1 for the top seeds. Good hands from Quinn to extend the rally. Waldeep knows he's got to get that ball either A, closer towards the alley, B, has to keep that ball lower. Just got up on him. And again, Quinn can survive 1 high backhand volley, not the second. Mini break still for the top seeds. 4-1 they lead here. Third set breaker in our final match of semifinal Saturday. Yeah, that's not going to work. I get the intention to play the lob, be defensive, but Flat a little bit short. So 4-2 as we make the first. Make it a double mini break. Other way around, super producer Daniel Westhoff, if we can. 5-2 now for Yang and Lee after the switch of ends. And top seeds, Liege, 35 years old, won a doubles title all but 1 year from 2005 to 2019. One mini break back, 4-5-3. Now the 35-year-old again, Liege, has not won a doubles title since 2019. Partnered with a guy, Young Sung, won a title in every season but 2012. From 2007 to 2019, again, 12 out of 13 years. Hua Young Sung won a title. 14 out of 15 years for Zhe Li. Guys looking to end their streaks here. By the way, Yang, 31 years old. And Zhe, 35. Of course, on the far side of the net, Quinn, 18. Waldeep, 21. So yeah, experience advantage to the top seeds. And right now they're nursing a mini break lead. 6-3 here in our final match of the day. That's good. And I don't know if that was a miscommunication. Typically you think, okay, my partner's poaching, I'm going to switch sides there. That might have been a late read from CM Waldeep, something he saw. Great volley from Waldeep. Took that ball a little bit earlier, had the better angle there to keep that middle. I love that take, love that confidence. Got one of two mini breaks back, still need the second. They trail 7-5 on turn number 2 again. Up to 10, win by 2. Waldeep to return here, the 21-year-old. Rising 4th year now, going to be starting his 4th year at the University of Texas. Of course, still has 2 more years of eligibility due to that extra year afforded to everyone due to COVID. Oh, man. That was a great return from Waldeep. Inside in over the highest portion of the net. He jammed him, but good return meets better volley. And now 2 points away are the top seeds. Championship point. And only August Holmgren, University of San Diego All-American, managed to sweep the singles and doubles titles in week 1 of this SoCal Pro Circuit. Quinn's going to play in the singles final tomorrow. Will he have a chance to play for the sweep? Got to fight off 4 match points to get there. One match point fought off, 9-6. Not over yet. Ethan Quinn finds the line. That's 2. And by the way, we're now back on serve. So see him, Waldy. Have yourself a return. So there we go. Ultimately, 3rd set victory. And back in Titletown, Leja Hwa-Young Sung, 10-8 in the 3rd set, was 4 3-set victors. And you see a little love between Waldeep and Ethan Quinn. What a weird day. What a funky day of tennis on week 3 of the SoCal Pro Circuit. And with that match concluding, that'll do it for our coverage here on Saturday. Now, rest assured, we will be back tomorrow for Championship Sunday. Go get your Father's Day brunches in the morning, then come join us 2 p.m. Eastern time for the start of our singles finals. Again, going to be Ethan Quinn taking on August Holmgren, McKenna Jones taking on Megan McRae. College tennis ties aplenty, exactly what we love to see here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. And of course, as always, a massive thank you to the countless people who helped make these broadcasts possible, whether it's our friends at the USTA SoCal, of course, our friends at Track Tennis, providing the cameras, Wilson, the ITF, USTA, countless foundations and families who help make these events possible, help provide these opportunities to the countless high-level players we see competing in the SoCal area. With all of that said, again, tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern time, we continue our coverage of week 3 of the action. But with all that said, for our super producer, Daniel Westoff, and all of us here at Cracked Racquets, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You've been watching week 3 of the SoCal Pro Circuit. We'll see you all at 2 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow.